This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on the city's website and YouTube. I believe Channel 8 is not working correctly, correct?
That is correct.
No Channel 8 this evening. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you very much. We'll call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huesman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Kim. Here. Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up, I'd like to invite everybody for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Councilmember Kim? So moved. Councilmember Dara?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move into citizen communication. All public comment except for those on public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple items. If you are here to speak on a land use case that is being heard this evening, please reserve your comments for the public hearing for that land use case. We cannot hear comments during citizen communication for any land use matter that comes before council or may come before council. Does not look like we have any virtual speakers, so we'll start with Keith Rogers.
Okay, I just have a small complaint about police department not showing up. Hour and a half, hours later they show up and nothing's getting done. We've got mini bikes running up and down the street. Some of you may not know what a mini bike is. It's more than a miniature motorcycle. They're illegal. They're not street legal. This has been going on for over a month, every single day. We've got go-karts running up and down the street every day. They supposedly talked to the kid on the go-kart while he's back at it again. Now the ATVs and the side-by-sides are coming out. There was a car parked across the street facing the wrong direction for over 12 hours, which tells me there was at least 12 hours there was not a patrol car through my area. We want to know why. And we also want to know why they're allowing overweight trucks down 68th, which is a school zone. This is an ongoing problem. They're over 8,000 pounds. Nobody ever shows up to take care of that problem. We need to find out what's going on and why we can't get officers over there.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you coming in. What I'd like to do is direct you to the gentleman who is sitting in the second row all the way on the end. Can you please go over and talk to the police chief and have a conversation with him regarding your issues? Thanks, sir. Next up is going to be Guillermo Serna.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Foxton. I'm here to talk about the drive-in.
Oh, I got to stop you right there then.
Okay.
Please reserve your comments for the public hearing that will take place later this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Jackie Valdez. Jackie Valdez. Are there any others that have registered since the email was sent? No? Okay. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. We're going to move into recognitions. We're going to start with the swearing in of 9 new police recruits. I'll invite Chief of Police Darryl Wadnola forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, thank you for giving me just a moment this evening to introduce 9 individuals who have spent the last 22 weeks in the police academy working toward their post certificates. Over the next 6 weeks, they'll continue their training in our in-house academy and will be followed by 14 weeks of on-the-road field training. In about 20 weeks, these officers will be on their own, working to provide the highest degree of public safety possible to the city of Commerce City. This past Friday at their graduation, I had the privilege of presenting them with their certificates. It is now my privilege to introduce our 9 new officers to all of you. May I please introduce, come forward as I call your name, Chris Stillwell, Ivan Yaddo, Adam Garcia, Leonel Espino Reyna, Yalen Cazares, Norma Miramontes, Jorge Ramirez Rubio, Brianna Garay Gonzalez, and Edward White V.
This time, do any council members have any comments they wish to make? Mayor Pro Tem?
Congrats, and it's nice to see a new group of officers, and welcome to the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to say congratulations and welcome you as well. I know you will serve our city well, and thank you for stepping up and making this commitment. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Ford?
Welcome, and look forward to seeing you all in action. Thank you for stepping up to the plate.
All right, as everybody before me has said, welcome. Congratulations on completing the police academy. That is the first step in a very long process to becoming a full-fledged police officer. Very thankful for the fact that the 9 of you have chosen to serve our community. Wish you well in your training as you continue on through the FTO process, the in-house academy, and look forward to the great things you'll do on the streets of Commerce City, protecting our residents. Last thing I'll say is please don't embarrass yourself and don't embarrass the city of Commerce City. All right. We're going to do an oath of enlistment? Yeah? Right now? Okay. So, I don't? All right, that helped. It's your moment, so I just wanted to ask, All right, if everybody raise your right hand, please. I state your name. I, solemnly swear or affirm. That I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And the state of Colorado. And the charter and the ordinances of the city of Commerce City. And that I will perform all of the duties pertaining to police officer. Of the city of Commerce City, Colorado, to the best of my ability. Congratulations. All right, thank you for everybody that put that together. I think it's a nice touch to be able to welcome our new police recruits here at a council meeting and be able to swear them in like that. So thank you to the recruits, thank you to the police department, thank you city manager for putting that little ceremony together for us. We're going to move on to our proclamations. First up is the Juneteenth proclamation. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Juneteenth is a federal holiday that celebrates the emancipation of the last enslaved African Americans in the United States. And whereas on June 19, 1865, enslaved African Americans in Texas learned of their freedom and that slavery had been abolished. A full 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared more than 3 million slaves free. And whereas freed slaves celebrated the news of their freedom through prayers, song, dance, and food. And whereas the following year on June 19th, the first celebration was held that included clothing that represented their new freedom, prayers, spiritual songs, and a feast. A celebration that was held in other states and became a tradition within a few years. And whereas Juneteenth is now celebrated across the country through community marches, religious services, prayer vigils, educational events, family gatherings, and cultural events that include food, music, and dancing, while also providing an opportunity for the nation to remember the impact slavery has had on the African American community and honor African American culture and those who continue to fight to end inequalities, injustices, and the struggles that affect the African American community. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City recognizes June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth and encourages all residents to join in celebrating and joining the city at the Juneteenth celebration at Pioneer Park on June 19th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve this proclamation.
I have a motion to approve the proclamation. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation for Juneteenth. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up is going to be our Pride Month proclamation. I'll invite the city clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas Pride Month celebrates the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual LGBTQIA+ community, along with various other sexual and gender minorities and their cultural, economic, and government contributions to Commerce City and the nation. And whereas in June, the nation celebrates the anniversary of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York, where the LGBTQIA+ community united to the protest of the injustices that they faced and commemorates the contributions that queer people of color made that led to liberation, such as 2 leaders in transgender women of color, Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, who continually fought for equity despite the risk of violence and imprisonment. And whereas the LGBTQIA+ community continues to fight for equity in all realms of life, including housing, employment, health, and safety, including fighting against recent anti-LGBTQIA+ bills across the nation that specifically target our transgender and non-binary community members, all of which result in emotional and physical implications like suicide rates among the transgender and non-binary youth being the highest in the nation's history, and increased violence against transgender women of color. And whereas LGBTQIA+ community members and allies in Commerce City and across the nation promote awareness of these injustices and work towards inclusivity and equity for all gender identities and sexual orientations. And despite these injustices, the LGBTQ+ community continues to demonstrate their pride and fight for deserved equity in all areas and positively contribute to the nation and Commerce City in our businesses, schools, human services, and neighborhoods. And whereas Commerce City honors the contributions and tireless efforts of the LGBTQ+ community and encourages residents to actively stand up against injustices and seek knowledge about the diversity of all gender identities and sexual orientations. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado declares June 2023 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Commerce City and encourages all community members to join in celebrating our country's diversity and create opportunities for equality and justice.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring June 2023 as Pride Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be voting yes on this proclamation in honor of my great aunt who lived with her partner for 45 years. And despite being ostracized by community and family, their love never wavered.
All right, motion is second to approve the proclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is going to be Men's Health Month proclamation. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Ellen Thomas to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of mental health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from disease. And whereas fathers who stay connected to their children and maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children. And whereas Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventative health practices. And whereas men who are educated about the value that preventative health care can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings. And whereas the citizens of this city are encouraged to increase awareness of the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups. Now therefore, the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado declares June 2023 to be Men's Health Month in Commerce City and encourage all our citizens to pursue preventive health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado declares June 2023 to be Men's Health Month in Commerce City and encourage all our citizens to pursue preventative health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year. I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve this proclamation.
I have a motion to approve the proclamation for Men's Health Month in Commerce City. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim? Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation for Men's Health Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 8-0, one excused absence. We doing any photos? No, no photos, all right. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 10 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember.
I'm sorry, I was slow.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was slow. I was looking for it at the same time. I do have 2 items I want to pull from the agenda. My apologies. The item about the water monitoring, which is two oh two 3044. And the second one is the Adams Tower, 5th floor, 2023064.
All right, we're going to pull resolutions 2023-044 and resolution 2023-064. Are there any others? All right, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Noble.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim? Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the May 15th, 2023 regular meeting. Ordinance 2489, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Sales and Use Tax Code, Article 1 of Chapter 20 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding economic nexus and the obligation of remote sellers to collect and remit sales tax. Ordinance 2499, an ordinance amending the Sales and Use Tax Code of the City of Commerce City to establish an exemption from the city's sales and use tax for certain retail and delivery fees and carry-out bag fees enacted by the state of Colorado. Ordinance 2509, an ordinance to amend Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, Section 12-4003 to comply with the State versus Moreno 2022 CO15, case number 21SA181. Ordinance 2523, an ordinance amending Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, Section 2-2001, to increase the number of regular city council meetings from 2 to 3 a month and decrease the number of study sessions from 2 to 1 a month. Ordinance Z-544-91-94-2023, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 3741 East 64th Avenue from heavy intensity industrial with conditions I-3 with conditions to heavy intensity industrial I-3. Ordinance Z-994-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 3801 East 64th Avenue from agricultural to heavy intensity industrial I-3. Resolution 2023-067, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commission of the City of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Councilmember Noble, you requested to pull Resolution 2023-044. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not pulling this motion in opposition. I'm pulling this motion in order to make this public knowledge that there are two water quality monitoring wells that were placed on Pontiac between 62nd and 63rd to detect PFAS. This action was taken at the request of South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, and it was done in an atypical fashion. It would usually come before us for approval, but instead it was approved, it was done, and now it's coming to us now. But I think it's important to know that the city and the Water and Sanitation District are taking action to ensure the safety of our water and the quality of our water. That's all.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-044. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-044. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I'm sorry, no, I was waiting for the next.
Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, timeout. Do you want to read the title?
Resolution 2023-044, a resolution authorizing an easement to the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District for water quality monitoring wells in the Pontiac Street right-of-way.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-044, and the title has been read. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is Resolution 2023-064. Councilmember Noble, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I was looking over the contract for construction management services for our floor at the 72nd and Colorado building. And the contract schedule says that the project would be finished in April. And it seemed to me that there needs to be a schedule that begins from the date of our approval and runs forward as opposed to something in arrears. And that's not clear to me why it shows from January to April and that we would be finishing it last month, 2 months ago.
Yes, ma'am. The contract documents were created in response to the initial bid. We had some delays in having the contract approved. The same timeline will be in effect. We'll have a revised timeline once we sign the contract. The effective date will just shift to the right. We've met with the contractor, and the timeline itself, how long each step of the process will take, will be unchanged. It's just that that start date will be shifted to the right.
I'm actually uncomfortable voting yes on this when there isn't a set date, because we approved purchase of this floor 2 years ago and are now just getting to construction. So I think that if we're approving a contract, the contract needs to have the accurate timeline in it so that we know that that project will be finished date certain.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to clarify a point, Councilmember Noble, that might help. You all, by resolution, are approving actually the award of the bid because the project will exceed $250,000, not the contract itself. The contract, I believe, was provided as background, so it's essentially the resolution of the bidding process, and that resolution by staff's recommendation was to award it to, I guess, this contractor, MW Golden Constructors, I believe is the name. And so essentially the contract, council's not actually approving the contract itself, just the award of the project, if that makes any sense.
It still makes it very difficult to vote yes on it when the information contained in the bid is not up to date. And it's just something that's been on my mind a lot because I wasn't completely in favor of purchasing this floor in the first place. And it seems like we have, for each month that goes by, we just lose more money and more time. And the expenses have gone up exponentially in the process. Last week, there was a tour of the facility at 72nd Colorado. I was unable to attend, and I appreciate very much that council members Chacon and Douglas went in my place. But one of the questions was going to be what's happening with our 5th floor since all of the floors are built out and are active now. I just feel like the contract needs to be far more specific than it is when it comes to a time schedule, because we have no idea if we approve this bid when they are actually going to accomplish the final disposition of this floor.
All right, would anybody like to make a motion concerning Resolution 2023-064? Councilmember Madera?
Move to approve the motion, or the resolution, sorry.
Have a motion to approve Resolution 2023-064. Is there a second? Councilmember Ford? Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-064. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I think this, it's only a floor, but we talk about this all the time where we want more office and different uses in the city besides just industrial. And we have to invest in the little office that we do have and make that work, because if we have, one office building that works, that builds on itself, because right now, if we don't have any, then we're never going to get that use in Commerce City. And, to me, this is an investment in the neighborhood, especially in the core part of the city that's been historically disenfranchised and, quite frankly, continues to be. So, I get people that approach me all the time about office space and, different nonprofits that can't afford to go and rent, office space or build a office building in Commerce City. So, I think this is an important building in Commerce City. And when Adams County pulled their services out and moved to Westminster, it really created a huge void in the community. And, I think that our intent in doing this was to fill that void and bring some of those services back into Commerce City. So, I'm going to be supportive of the resolution, but I do hope that we have a set timeline that we follow through because it has been too long since we purchased that floor.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Hisman. With the contract that was included in the consent agenda, it was the contract that was done previously, so it has the old dates in it, or?
When we were first working out the project timeline with the contractor, it was based on those dates. We then did have some delays in getting the contract approved through legal before we could bring it forward for a decision. The timeline itself, how long each part of it will actually take, remains unchanged. It's just what that effective start date will be that's in that timeline. That will now shift because we're approving it later than we initially anticipated.
And have you spoken to the contractors about their availability and when they can start? And
Yes, ma'am. We'll start the permitting process tomorrow, assuming that this contract is approved this evening. We'll be looking at actually boots on the ground in July. The time will remain unchanged for how long the project overall will take. We're anticipating end of Q3, we can actually be complete with this project.
and that includes taking out everything that's there right now and starting, because I just visited that floor this last week, and it remains as it was when it was.
Yes, ma'am. Everything from the studs in will be entirely new, refurbished. It'll look great.
Okay. And is there a way that we can hold them accountable to starting on the dates that are set? So they're ready
yes,
to
ma'am.
start in July?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-064. Seeing no other request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Just before the vote, I just noticed there is actually a typo in the resolution on section 2. It says the award of contract, perhaps related to council member Noble's discussion earlier. It says the resolution shall not be deemed to grant any right or interest in the award of a contract to EST Inc., but it's actually the MW Golden Constructors, which is in the title of the resolution. So it's just a simple clerical error that the clerk can correct before your signature, but just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-064, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for construction management services for the Adams Tower 5th floor project between two MW Golden Constructors.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-064. The title has been read. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion's going to carry 6-2, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move on to public hearings. First up is the Resolution 2023-062 for the Leaper Industrial Park Consolidated Plat Request. This item was continued from May 15, 2023. I'll remind council, only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you'll vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony. If you wish to participate in the decision, you should rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will invite the interim city attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. This time I will open the public hearing and I'll invite Stacy Wasinger, city planner, to present.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Stacy Wasinger. I'm here to present this case for staff. It is S-77-23. It is a request for a subdivision consolidation plat. This plat is located at the northwest corner of East 64th Avenue and Colorado Boulevard generally. The zoning is I3. There were 2 concurrent zoning cases on this that were approved through the consent agenda earlier tonight. Future land use is general industrial, and there is a concurrent development plan under administrative review for the site. So here is a vicinity map showing you the 2 parcels in question. This is prior to the zoning cases tonight, so it shows the original zoning of those cases, with the larger parcel being I3 in purple there, and the smaller parcel being agricultural. Oops. So here's a future land use map showing that the entire area is general industrial in the future land use map. And so the applicant's request and background here is it's approximately 20.5 acres on the north side of East 64th Avenue. The proposal does intend to reuse existing structures for offices, for industrial park with outdoor storage. And this request is to consolidate those 2 parcels that are now zoned I3 into 1 lot, zoned I3. So here's a kind of overall map of the plat area showing the larger parcel in blue and the smaller parcel in green. There is some right-of-way dedication for Monroe Street on the west side of the overall parcel. And so this plat would consolidate those 2 existing parcels into 1 lot and dedicate that right-of-way under the Leaper Industrial Park Amendment number 1. And so under the Planning Commission analysis, they did find that the I3 zoning and the consolidation plat are consistent with the comprehensive plan and goals in that plan. This will allow for the development of the property in an industrial area, and no agency review comments were remaining or objections to this plat. And so on April 18th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, took testimony, and voted 5-0 to forward this case S-755-23 to the City Council with a recommendation for approval. With that, staff concludes our presentation. Available to answer any questions. The applicant and the representative are also present to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. Because provided in our packet, there was the Environmental Review Agency information. And first question is, I was just curious, has all of those recommendations, especially like Dr. Russo's recommendations, been completed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. And those recommendations have been completed. The applicant can also speak to more detail with that, but they have worked with Adams County Health, Tri-County Health previously, now Adams County Health, as well as other agencies for the recommendations in the environmental assessment.
Okay. Because it'd been nice to see that was included in the presentation as well. But just as from April 7th of this year, Dr. Russo, like I said, she mentioned the explosive gas item was recommended, but she said it should be required. Was that added, and when was that required?
So that is being worked through with the Adams County, the monitoring, you mean for the methane gas?
So it's still being worked on then?
So it will be completed. With these, this site, the property had to be rezoned and then consolidated before any of the improvements can be made because of the requirements in the Land Development Code. So with that development plan, all of these improvements are being considered and made with the next step on this property.
So see, that's my concern, is you want us to approve it, but yet all the recommendations, especially by the environmental, like Dr. Russo, our environmental city specialist, is making these recommendations, but it's still pending, correct? And then ever since dating back from, in our packets from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022, like I said, there's all these really, like I said, important health recommendations about the fugitive dust, lead, and asbestos, the explosive gas, water and wastewater, the on-site wastewater treatment systems, like I said, especially Dr. Russo's, but none of these aren't still complete yet, but you want us to approve it, correct?
So this is for the consolidation plat tonight, yes, and then with the development plan, all of those improvements would have to be made with the development plan until it was rezoned and then consolidated. There couldn't be any work done on the site due to the nature of the zoning previously. And so all of those are in process of being worked on and improved, and I can defer to the applicant on, I think they can give you more detail on the work that they've done for voluntary cleanup with Adams County and others.
Yeah, because I would like to know what dates all of this was done, and then, like I said, I don't feel comfortable approving something if we don't know it was actually done yet. And then, like it mentioned, the wells need to be properly plugged, and that was recommended in October 2019. When were they properly plugged? Do you know?
I do not know the exact dates. I will defer to the applicant on that, but I do know that they have been working through some of those issues as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask them later. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So as it stands, there is an operation that is presently there conducting business as industrial. Is that correct?
Correct. There's an existing operation. Previous to those rezonings being approved tonight, some of the operations over the last several years have not been in compliance with the zoning. And so the applicant has been working with code enforcement and with planning staff to come forward and rezone the property to an appropriate zone for the use, and then consolidate the parcels and get a development plan approved to bring it into conformance with city standards and land development code standards.
So can you tell me why they're operating under the present zoning and it's not in compliance, so the zoning has to be changed so that it goes back to cover them, to make sure that their operation is meeting the zoning qualifications?
So the previous zoning had specific conditions that limited the use to one specific user from the 90s. So any use of the site was not in compliance with the zoning. As mentioned, the improvements needed to the site could not be processed or approved by the city until the zoning was in place. Therefore, right, the zoning of those two parcels came before you all on May 15th. So the next step is the consolidation of the parcels, and then the final step for the site in order to make all the necessary improvements is the development plan. But the development plan was not able to be processed until the zoning and plating were in place. And so it's a sequence of events. Ideally, it could all be done at the same time. It just doesn't quite work that way because of the requirements of the ordinances and resolutions. But all of the improvements to make the site fully compliant are with the development plan, which could be approved following this consolidation plat.
So they have been operating under the present zoning with conditions, but they have never met the conditions? Is that correct?
So those conditions didn't, they were very specific to a painting operation when that property was, when those conditions were placed from the 90s. Yes, there have been some code compliance issues. In order to rectify those issues, all of these steps have had to occur, and that's what the applicants have been going through for the last number of months. So correct, but in order to fix that, these are the steps that have to happen.
So by changing the zoning, then the conditions would no longer apply?
That's correct. The property was rezoned to straight I-3. So the allowances in the land development code for I-3 property are now in effect for that property. That's correct.
And in doing so, then they would meet the standards that are recommended for the environmental requirements?
They will be making all of those necessary improvements as part of their development plan, which could only be approved after the zoning and plating, which is what you're doing the plating tonight. The zoning was on consent, and so that's sort of the third step, but it couldn't be approved before those other two steps occurred. But yes, the site will be fully compliant with all requirements of the Land Development Code.
But I guess I'm asking about the environmental recommendations. I don't quite understand how changing the zoning will help meet those recommendations.
So
Maybe
there's
I'm just-
multi-part recommendations, right? And the applicant has done extensive work with a variety of agencies, and they can certainly explain some of those details to you. But in order to do even simple improvements to the site, right, like looping the water line and paving drive aisles and things like that, any site improvements required a development plan, which could not be approved and processed which could not be approved until the zoning was in place, which was the first step, which has now occurred.
And who will be approving the development plan or reviewing it for approval?
It's reviewed by city staff and approved by the community development director or their designee.
Okay, so that does not come before council?
That's correct.
And is that normally done administratively?
Yes, ma'am. The code only allows for that to be done administratively by the director.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
I had a question about the vicinity map that's used in our packet. Is that correct? Because, it appears that all those are I-3, but there's several residences on 64th Avenue. So are those zone I-3?
They are. The bulk of this to the west of Colorado Boulevard was zoned I-3 with conditions in 1991. The ones to the east of Colorado Boulevard have actually been zoned I-3 since 1964 in the original zoning maps from 1964.
So those were bulk zone, even though they're separate lots?
They were zoned I-3 under that original zoning map. It didn't affect the property lines, but that area has been I-3 that long.
Okay, that seems a little odd.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Another question I wanted to make sure, was the Planning Commission notified of Dr. Russo's recommendations and the Tri-County Health recommendations when they voted on this? Were they given those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. That all of that information was included in the Planning Commission packet as well.
Okay. And then you said that staff is going to make sure we're going to go, if it passes, you want us to approve this, but then who's going to ensure that these, like I said, these environmental recommendations are going to be followed through if this is approved?
So there's a development plan that goes through the normal administrative development plan process with staff, and that includes reviewers from most of our development, or all of our development review teams, who would include the fire department, health department, planning, public works. All of those departments go through the review of the development plan. The applicant has also been working directly with Adams County Health on some voluntary compliance program for the cleanup.
Because, like I said, we have the city hired Dr. Russo, so is she going to be involved in the follow-up also? She is the city's environmental specialist, so who's going to make sure her recommendations are being followed and carried out also?
Yes, Dr. Russo is also part of one of the referrals on our development review team, and can review all of these as part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll invite the applicant to come forward and present.
I always do that wrong. My name's David Brim. I'm with Plan West for land planners and landscape architects. And I can understand that it's a little bit confusing because this is a kind of a chicken and an egg issue. We have to do these things, but you're not allowed to do them until you do this. But then how do you do that? Because what happens? So I think staff has explained it, but let me try it again. And let me assure Councilwoman, the dangerous pieces that have been talked about by Dr. Russo, they have already been finished and completed. And I'm going to let Patrick talk about the details about he's been managing all those. So the process is the zoning allows us to do the changes. This just consolidates those two pieces, that little ag piece with the rest of it, so it can be one project and it's no more longer ag. So, so with this all done, the development will detail things that can't be done without the zoning and the replat, and that's creating a fire lane, putting fire hydrants out there, putting a new water and sewer line to the existing buildings so they can be operated as options. But I know that there was an above-ground septic system. There were a lot of other details. That's all been taken care of already. So I'm going to let Patrick talk to you about that.
Hi, I'm Pat Pritchard with Hampton Yard, and let me give it a little insight on this. All those items that you're referring to have already previously been taken care of. We validated all that work with the state of Colorado and South Adams County. And everything from the tanks have been gone years ago. The wells have been abandoned per state requirements. All the methane testing we did to make sure that they're all in compliance, that's all been done. And the B-Cup program actually is getting approved next week. And all those items have been addressed.
Thank you. Well, like I said, you said they've been all addressed, so that, because I'm just concerned, because like I said, we were provided in our packets way back from 2018, and then it goes yearly, 19, 20, 22, nothing. You're saying it is complete, and then Dr. Russo, when, like I said, I would have liked to see in this report, when was that completed? And then also our environmental specialist, Dr. Russo, just recently found more information and provided us more information on April 7th. And then this, especially the part where the only difference between the Tri-County Health Department and her review is the explosive gas item was recommended, but I should be, she said, I believe it should be required. So where's their proof that this is required?
On the explosive gas, there is no explosive gas.
Well, this is her recommendation. That's what I'm saying. She's saying it's part of her recommendations that it should be required, the vector control, fugitive dust, lead, and asbestos. Where's there proof that we can see this, or why wasn't it presented to? Do you have presentation or proof to show us this has all been taken care of by before you're just?
Absolutely, I can get that together for you, absolutely.
Yeah, because see, myself, I don't feel comfortable making a decision unless I would have seen evidence of that.
Yeah, because we've even been working with the state to do the methane testing, what she's referring to, the explosive gas, and that just transpired 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and when were the wells properly plugged?
The wells were plugged in 1996.
Okay, well, 1996? Because it says in October of even 2019, there were still wells that needed to be plugged.
They have been plugged, and we pulled out the abandonment documents and everything, provided it to South Adams County, or to Adams County and the state of Colorado. And they validated, the state gentleman came out about a month ago and validated all the activity that Tri-County was worried about was already taken care of.
Because I don't know how the other council feels, but I don't feel comfortable if there's no evidence in our presentation or anything that, except you standing here before us to tell us this has been taken care of. So it's
Well,
very disturbing to me that.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'd be glad to get that together, and I can give it to Stacy.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, sir. I think it's an opportunity to kind of expound on just a little bit more of the process. So when you typically find these comments that are submitted by staff internal to the city organization or those that we partner with externally, those conditions outline certain steps as you've kind of heard, through either subdivision or development plan that will be applied to the project if and when it receives approval from the final decision-making body. Those conditions then serve as the framework or the rails that they have to meet prior to being issued a building permit. And it's typically at the time of a building permit where we have the demonstration before the impacts are truly felt by that development that we're able to qualify, have they met A, B, C, D, E down the list. That is a typical aspect of our process because it's not ripe to identify certain conditions when they've been done prior to the approval of a project, and if that project is not going to be approved. So that's where conditions are typically that linkage between your development review, entitlement, to actual vertical construction, and ensuring that the proper documentation is then on file with the city that represents the intent behind that. So the stage of what you find in those comments are future setting that would have to be demonstrated as conditions on that development plan at the time of building permit.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So thank you, Mayor. I have a question, and I don't know if this is for our city attorney, but can a motion be made that these conditions, or can this be postponed until these conditions and recommendations, especially by Dr. Russo, are met, and then this be brought back to us?
A couple of responses, Mayor Pro Tem. The first is, yes, certainly council can move to continue the item either to a date certain or otherwise. With respect to conditions, I would advise and sort of appoint council to the appropriate approval criteria with respect to the consolidation plat. And that would be in section 21-3243. It's not clear to me because I am not super familiar with Dr. Russo's specific recommendations on this, but whether those specific recommendations are actually applicable to the criteria listed in A through I. What you have before you is a request, and certainly staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but a request to consolidate two lots into one. So like what was mentioned earlier, a lot of the conditions in the mentioned with respect to the environmental factors would be more connected to the actual development piece as opposed to this consolidation piece. So if council were inclined to move to impose conditions, the recommendation would be one, connected to the criteria in the code, and then second, have the applicants either consent or not consent, because they may prefer denial.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I would like to make a motion that they have to accept.
We can't make motions right now while we're in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I will, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Chacon?
Is there a reason we don't have a summary? Thank you, by the way, for your presentation. Is there a reason we don't have a summary of all the already environmental concerns if it was already published for 1996, let's say the plugs or things like that, that we can have
I thought
presented?
that it was with the package that Stacy received. And with her interacting with Adams County, I would have thought Adams County would have had the document to you guys.
Yeah, state and federal agencies.
Because they have
don't always-
everything, and they had to validate everything. And so did the state of Colorado before they were approving our VCUP. Our VCUP actually, like I said, is getting approved next week. And we had to meet all those conditions from Tri-County. And then it went to Adams County. So I assume that they send you guys the documents, but I don't know how that transpires.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, Stacy.
Yes, so we do have that documentation, the environmental impact assessment, and all of that is in with the development plan review file. Those recommendations, to be clear, those are related to that environmental assessment, which then was reviewed by Tri-County Health and Dr. Russo and Adams County Health, and so that's where those recommendations are coming from. And they're related to the development or redevelopment of the site. And so staff does have documentation from Adams County Health and CDPHE on their processes as well.
One quick question. Does this also include CDPHE's EJ recommendations too for cumulative impacts?
I do not believe that they reviewed for that specifically. I know that they reviewed for the physical impacts and methane mitigation and things like that.
Okay. I would recommend that, especially since this is still a DIC.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Hisman. So as it stands, there are operations at the site that are heavy industrial, correct?
No.
No.
They're just trucking.
Oh, there's just trucking.
This heavy industrial stuff that's everybody's referred to happened years ago. And all those sewage treatment plants and the tanks, all that was removed before we purchased the property, and it happened before the previous owner owned the property.
Okay, and then,
It is strictly outdoor storage.
so, and that's the intent going forward with the I-3
That's correct.
outdoor storage? And what would you be storing there?
It would be trucks. It would be their trailers.
Just trailers, and would there be tanks or anything?
No tanks.
So, nothing containing chemicals or,
None except what's in a vehicle or a truck that would drive off the.
and do you see, I know that there's no traffic study that's included. However, do you know how many trucks would be traveling down that road through the other two properties on a daily basis?
The estimate is probably 30 or 40 a day, but they enter in on Colorado or 64th. And not all of those are trailer tractors.
And they're like semi-trailer tractors?
That's correct. And the other half is a container for intermodal.
And these would be diesel?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
The thing that stood out for me when you were last here, when we approved the zoning change, was that this is probably a former landfill,
It is.
and that you will be improving this site, given that it was a former landfill.
That's correct. So the landfill portion will not be dug into. It will meet all the requirements that the VCUP program is requiring. We did the methane testing to make sure there's any venting if it was above the limits. The plan and the development plan then takes care of all the capture of water, which is either running down Colorado or to the neighboring properties or Monroe. And that's the intention of the detention pond. Then we can do the fire loop to tie in the water, the main water line, because South Adams wanted it actually to go to Monroe, but due to the fact that we have that landfill, we could not dig in that. So they agreed to run it down the entrance off of 64th.
So I'm looking at the map from Rule Engineering.
Yep.
And it looks like there are several things that you intend to be doing for monitoring wells,
That's correct.
correct? For VOCs, PCBs. RCA, 8 metals.
And
et
we are
cetera.
not required by the state, but we are choosing to do it anyway.
Okay, and, good, I just wanted to, that was my memory
Sure.
from your last
That's correct.
presentation, so thank you very much.
Councilmember Madera.
So one of the criteria is that the subdivision will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements. If we were to approve this, how can we be assured that that criteria will be met? Saying, is it going to increase traffic? Is there going to be impacts to the neighbors? And, you do have residences on that stretch of road.
It actually would not change to what it has currently been for the last 5 or 6 years. There's no increase.
So
It's the same amount of activity that's happening now.
So the consolidation plat simply includes the half-acre formerly ag site that's now I-3 into the larger parcel. If for some reason the consolidation plat did not happen, the large 20-acre I-3 parcel could continue to function. So in essence, the net result is the same. It's simply including that corner piece into it because that corner piece would be substandard I-3 otherwise. It doesn't really make sense to have a little tiny half-acre parcel, and so that was the intent, is to simply include it into the 20-acre parcel with no change on the effect or how that large 20-acre parcel could be used based on what's before you tonight, which is simply the consolidation.
Yeah, I understand that. I think, when I see this criteria, my question is, the neighbors that are, adjacent to that property, this vicinity map, to me, is misleading because it doesn't show any of the residences. And so, is there going to be impacts where now the trucks are coming up to the property line and, the neighbors that live there, different than an industrial type use, are they going to be hearing trucks at all hours of the night? Is it going to cause issues if we approve, the consolidation of these two lots?
Right, so just to clarify, the map that's shown is showing the existing zoning. So any parcels that are being used otherwise are legal, or I guess perhaps not legal, non-conforming, right? So this is the zoning, so this information is accurate in terms of a zoning and allowable land uses. So just to clarify on that, and again, the consolidation plat doesn't really have an effect in terms of how the site is used. It's just related to the platting, if that makes sense. Further, everything else that's being discussed is related more to the development plan, right? Which has its own set of approval criteria, which would all have to be met as well.
Okay, I guess I have a question for the city attorney. If we were to approve this, could we possibly put a criteria on there that the development plan come before city council for final approval?
I really don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to opine that because the code does not permit right now development plans to come before council, it likely wouldn't be an appropriate condition, but if the applicant, let me just chat with the manager for a moment and then I'll respond more.
While we wait, does anybody on council wish to make a motion to continue the public hearing to a later date? Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved. I'd like to make that motion. We don't have enough information.
Councilmember Kim?
I second that as well.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing until a later date. Give time for staff to maybe add some additional information to the presentation and come back to council with some answers to the questions that are being asked. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to a later date. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence.
And just a note, because the motion was to continue to a later date and not a date certain, we just have to renotice. Just so everyone's aware.
Yeah, I don't know how much time it'll take for staff to put everything together. Okay. We're going to move on to Ordinance Z-977-23, rezoning 8780 Rosemary Street from PUD to I-1. Remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You are to rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will invite our interim city attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council's indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. This time I will open the public hearing and I will invite Nathan Chavez, city planner, to present.
Good evening, City Council. The applicant, First Industrial Realty Trust, is requesting a zone change from the 88 Drive-In PUD to the I-1 Light Intensity Industrial Zoning District. The property was originally annexed into C3 in 1985 and zoned to PUD the following year. The PUD only allows for a drive-in movie theater and an existing single-family resident. There are 3 other active cases associated with the property, including a development plan, final plat, and vacation of right-of-way. The site is located at the southeast corner of 88th Avenue and Rosemary Street. The property is surrounded by other industrial uses, vacant lots to the east and west, the city's municipal service center, and a religious institution to the south. While there is residential to the east, these uses are over 850 feet away and within an area that is both transitioning to industrial and designated for future industrial. In addition, there are plans to widen both Rosemary Street and 88th Avenue. Rosemary Street is classified as a major collector with plans to widen it to 3 lanes. Meanwhile, the plans are to generally widen 88th Avenue, classified as a minor arterial, to 4 lanes west of Rosemary Street and 3 lanes east of Rosemary Street. In the comprehensive plan, the property is designated as industrial distribution with anticipated zoning of I-1. And within the Irondale Neighborhood and Infrastructure Plan, the property is designated as commercial industrial with anticipated zoning of I-1, among others. One moment, please. So this aerial was taken on March 19th of this year. The site is currently home to the 88 Drive-In Theater, as well as a single-family resident in the southeast corner of the site. The 88 Drive-In is still operational, with showing starting up back in April. When submitting the application, the applicant explained that the owner is ready to leave the movie theater business, which is why this zone change is in front of you all tonight. So this is a photo taken on April 5th of this year. It shows the entrance of the 88 Drive-In Theater at the southwest corner of the property, and it looks into the northeast of the site, and you can see the current conditions of the site. So upon review of the project, staff has found that the lot meets the I-1 zoning bulk standards. All relevant development review team agencies reviewed the proposed zone change, and there are no outstanding issues. And lastly, the proposed zone change meets all the approval criteria, and the approval criteria can be found in your packets. and staff can display each criteria up on the slide if desired by council. So as of today, planning staff has received only one phone call from the public asking about the status of the Planning Commission hearing. And staff has identified the following as considerations for discussion. The rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and Irondale plan. The existing PUD zoning restricts the site to the sole use of a drive-in theater and single-family residence. And rezoning allows the site to redevelop into dozens of other uses. Planning Commission reviewed this case on May 16th of 2023 and voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council. Please note that there were no public comments at that time of Planning Commission. And there are 4 potential outcomes that City Council may make for this case tonight. They include approval of the case, denial of the case, continuance, or remittance back to the Planning Commission for further discussion. So staff is available to answer any questions, and upon the end of those questions, then the applicant is here to also answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chavez, thank you for the presentation as well. I guess a couple of questions I have first and foremost is with regards to this property, they're looking at building out how big of kind of looking at building a warehouse or?
Currently, the proposal is for an approximately 80,500 square foot multi-tenant warehouse building.
Okay. The other question too that I had that I know the mayor had asked this question a couple of months ago as well, and I don't think we ever really got a good response from economic development, was regarding number one is how many warehouses do we currently have within Commerce City alone? And then go ahead.
Oh, no,
Go ahead and answer.
I was just going to say staff has discussed this internally and we crunched the numbers, and I will actually defer to Mr. Dennison to speak on that matter.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. According to our database, we have 574 industrial buildings with a vacancy rate of 11.3%. Of those 574, we have 429 industrial warehouse with a vacancy rate of 4.9% on that.
So give me numbers here. I'm sorry, the percentage is throwing me off. Public
Sure.
math didn't do well for me.
429 industrial warehouses in our city today.
Okay, and then out of those, how many are currently vacant?
21.
We have 21, and how big are they roughly?
I don't have that information, sorry.
Okay. So we're looking at, okay, all right, sounds good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to present.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for having me here. I'm John Strabel. I'm the regional director of First Industrial Realty Trust. We're a real estate investment trust, FR on the New York Stock Exchange, with about an 8.5 billion market cap currently in the market, about 65 million square feet nationwide around the country. Here in Denver, locally, we have an office of about 8 people with about 3.8 million square feet around the city. Our largest development is out in Aurora. It's about a 138-acre distribution site sandwiched between Majestic and Prologis off Piccadilly Road in Aurora. We're excited about the site. About 2 years ago, the site was put on the market by the owner, Susan, who for personal and business reasons decided to sell the property. We tied it up in April of 2021 and have gone through planning review and site plan approval. We don't expect to close, if it approved, until the end of the year, and we probably won't build for another year past that. The reason why we're seeing the market change in Denver is we're seeing a lot of the buildings in the central being absorbed at higher rates, and the movement is coming out 76 through Commerce City and into Aurora. And that's why you're seeing such an influx of industrial product coming out this way. And again, we like the product and are excited to be here, so we appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I gotta say, I mean, it's 88th Drive-In, right? This place is built out back in 1973-ish, I believe, is what I read. Kind of a couple things. One is, and maybe not directed towards you, but more so towards Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, do we know if we currently have a historical policy in place for Commerce City?
We do not, sir.
And is there plans to have one?
Staff is currently working on an ordinance based off a presentation made to this council back in February.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I totally understand, I get it. The owner has every right to sell the property, to do whatever they wish with it altogether. I think where my concern comes in is we're looking at a, what is it, 80,500 square foot warehouse to have built there, when we currently have 21 other warehouses as well. I'm just curious, I mean, why not jump into one of those that are currently vacant within Commerce City? Why specific to this area?
Sure. What we're building is we're a spec building. We're not building for a business. We'd multi-tenant the facility, and we're building a more new, modern type facility that's 32-foot clear, would have 18 dock doors. It's a front park rear load, we call them, which means all the parking in the car parking, which is going through planning now, would be all in the fronting Rosemary and 88th, and would be screened from 88th and Rosemary. So the trucks would be behind, and it's I-1 zoning, so it's not intensive or outdoor storage. There's 18 dock doors. The truck court in the back would be about 130 foot, so it wouldn't be really spread out with trailer staging or a lot of trucks parking in and out of there. It's basically designed to be multi-tenant in a smaller 10, 20, 30,000 square foot, smaller units with smaller truck and UPS distribution going out of it.
So when the decision to actually build happens, once it's fully finished, you're saying that it is confirmed, that guaranteed that there will be staff there working full-time? Like it will be occupied essentially?
Yeah, like I said, this would be a speculative development. We don't have anybody in hand that we would build, but they lease, and we're seeing lease-up times running from 6 months to a year. We underwrite about a year worth of.
So did I hear that right? You don't have anybody in hand that would be willing to jump in
No.
yet? So we're looking at building out a warehouse. It's going to be empty until someone actually does, well, not necessarily empty, because you'll be looking for tenants while it's probably get built out, right? So,
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And we find, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we find most of the need in the square footage is under 30,000. So that's why we're designing the building the way it is. So 20 to 30, so it would be probably 3 to 4 tenants in the facility.
So back to the 88th Drive-In, you know, I gotta say, you know, I think there's something to say that, I mean, that place has been around for over about, what is that, 50 years or so at this point. You know, I remember, you know, going there, taking my pickup truck, sitting on the back of the tailgate, watching a movie and all that stuff too. So it is really, truly disheartening for me to see that, you know, that the tenants, the owner would want to sell. And I'm sure, and you know, I'm sure there are other residents who feel the same way too. All in all, I am curious though. I mean, as far as preservation is concerned, would you guys be willing to save any piece for historical purposes? As you know what I'm saying, like maybe the sign, the building, the screen or something. I mean, or is the plan just to demolish it all and then, or you know what I'm saying, or is there a way that we can incorporate some of that history within the warehouse, maybe reduce the size of the warehouse, maybe build up a small little retail around that area too? Just, I understand it's I-1 industrial, so I mean, I get it, but just trying to think outside the box here.
Sure. Keeping a memento of the property's already been addressed with Planning Commission. They want us to keep the signage for 88th Drive-In. That's not our decision, that's the owner's decision. We have not put in a contract to buy that from her, but that would be something the planning would like. We'd also be willing to model that to make sure that that drive-in sign is maintained in a structure identical or the same sign to maintain that. And we would incorporate that into the building design so that it uses it as our marquee for the tenants on the sign. So 88th Drive-In with the tenancy listed on there to maintain some of that. And we understand that, and we certainly aren't here to butt heads, and it's in our best interest to make sure that we do what the city wants and preserve that. So, and that was brought up and made mention in the planning department. So that was already addressed as we're designing the building.
But it's not actually written into any form of contract.
But it was written on the plans. I can't
Yeah.
tell the owner that they have to sell to us. That's the only thing to sign. But I would like her to, and if she's willing to, that would be great.
The development plan that's currently under review includes relocating but keeping the existing sign, moving it out of the floodplain. So that is currently on the plans.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. So when you found this property, how was it advertised?
The owner, Susan Kochev, put it on the market for sale with marketing signs, et cetera, and we came and inquired about the property and then the possibility of rezoning, which was why we're here today, and found that it did fit in the master plan for I-1 and rezoning, and that's why we proceeded on tying the site up and going through planning.
And I guess this is for staff then. When was this master plan put together?
So the map on the screen is the future land use plan from the comprehensive plan from 2010. And then there is another map that you saw, let me find it, that is from the Irondale plan, which is from approximately 2017. The future land use plan is the more official plan that we would defer to, but since there is a neighborhood-specific plan, we are also showing that to you for your consideration.
And were the neighbors involved in coming up with this master plan? Were they?
So the community was involved in both the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan, as well as the Irondale plan, yes.
And they felt that industrial was the way to go then?
Right. So on the future land use plan, yes, it's called out as industrial. A little bit more specifically on the Irondale plan, it's called out as commercial or industrial, right? Understanding that corridor could go a variety of ways, but it certainly allows for, right, C3 or like an I-1 use. It would not, the Irondale plan would not allow for a more intensive industrial use on this particular corner.
And applicant. So at this point in time, you really don't know who would be going into this proposed warehouse?
We don't have a specific tenant for it. We
But
know-
you're looking at 18 truck bays and where would you expect the traffic to enter and exit?
So there's two egress and access points, that circular access going in and out. So you'd have a right in off 88th Street. So as you're coming down 88th, you have a right turn into the 88th Street, and then a right out. And then Rosemary, you have dual right in and right out and left out of Rosemary. So it's circular there. The cars would the building would orient this way. The cars would rotate around, circularly around the facility in the current planning configuration.
And staff.
Sure.
You said, somebody mentioned that the road is going to be, Rosemary is going to be widened? in
Right, so both
88?
88th Avenue and Rosemary Street have current plans for widening through our Public Works Department. Those are, construction is not underway, but the plans for those are well underway. I'll let the city engineer speak further to that if you want additional details. But yes, both of those roadways are currently will be widened. And through the development plan, the access points accommodate right, the improvements to both of those roadways, and the applicants have been working closely with the Public Works staff to ensure that those access points are appropriate and meet all of the standards, that they accommodate medians and things like that with those improved roadways.
And that would be paid out of our taxes, and it would not, that would not have any of the businesses contribute to that widening?
I believe 88th and Rosemary are both CIPP projects, but I will not try to speak to areas where I'm not an expert, but they are capital improvement projects for the city. Yes, ma'am.
That is correct. Both of those are CIPP projects.
And CIPP is paid for by tax dollars collected from our citizens. Is that correct?
Collectively, yes, there's a number of different sources that go into that, but yes.
And not knowing who's going to come in here, how would you anticipate traffic impact? I mean, would it be 24/7 that you anticipate traffic going in and out?
That's a zoning issue from my understanding, and I'd defer that, but yes, it's usually a 24/7 operation, and I think that's what the zoning would allow. But your traffic patterns, they're distribution buildings, so generally speaking, they have smaller office configurations, and they have a lighter use than your typical distribution building, let's say out in Aurora with, 190-foot truck courts and larger truck traffic patterns. This is pretty light intensive.
And you don't do anything like commercial office buildings rather than warehouses?
We do not. We're an industrial REIT, so we only do industrial properties.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
So this question might actually be for staff. I think you answered it in Councilmember Douglas's question, but did I hear right that you said that this use would not be compatible with the Irondale plan?
No, I-1 is compatible with the Irondale plan. Something like I-3 would not be compatible with the Irondale plan. But I-1, it contemplated, right, an I-1 or a C3 type use on this corner.
And so if you go back to that map, this is kind of hard for me to understand because to me, these aren't really compatible uses, commercial and industrial, and having, either or of that nature. Can you explain that a little bit further?
Sure. For example, you could have like a gas station, right, which would be allowed in I-1 or C3. That could kind of tend to go one way or the other. Obviously, these plans are done future looking, right? Not knowing exactly what's going to go there, but setting some parameters in place. Again, we also have the future land use plan, which is the more official future land use plan for the city through the comprehensive plan. That does call this area out as industrial.
Right, but I guess to me, this is the more current plan that the neighborhood participated in and its vision for itself in the future. So would the proposed use that's currently being proposed fit into this commercial, industrial type use, and how?
Sure. So with commercial, right, commercial/industrial is kind of what this Rosemary corridor is called out as, right, as future land use. So not specifying a specific zoning, but allowing for a couple different zonings, right, could be site specific. And so a warehouse, as they are proposing, is allowed in I-1. It does not require a more intensive industrial zoning. It doesn't require I-2 or I-3. It does require I-1. Again, if a different buyer, were interested, they could be before you tonight proposing a different use for I-1, still proposing I-1, or they could be proposing perhaps C3, if that accommodated the use that they wanted to do. The applicants that we have requested I-1, which can be compatible with both this Irondale neighborhood plan as well as the future land use plan.
And Is a distribution center with 18 bays compatible with I-1?
Yes, sir.
What's the criteria for that?
So it's an allowable use in the use table. So the difference really between I-1 and I-2 somewhere here would be the possibility of outdoor storage, but warehousing is considered allowed in I-1.
So the intensity of that warehouse and the impact that it causes doesn't affect I-1 versus I-2?
No, sir, the use is the use. The size of the site or the building could have impacts on other things, but if it's allowed per the zoning, it's allowed in I-1.
Okay, and can you explain criteria 5 to me about the need for zoning? And specifically the community need.
Right, so really, well, and I can let Nathan speak to this as well, but this site, in order for this site to redevelop, right, it has to have a different zoning. And so therefore, to determine what zonings would be appropriate would be to look at those two documents that we've discussed, the neighborhood-specific Irondale plan or the future land use plan. Certainly, and those are both compatible with the requested zoning.
And, Councilmember Madera, when the Irondale plan was created, it took into account that Rosemary Street is kind of the thoroughfare through the Irondale neighborhood, but it also took into account the increasing industrial uses, and specifically at that point in time, there was a belief that the various railroads would would lay down more track, and then there'd be more spurs leading in further into Irondale. And so with that in mind, there was the understanding that more industrial will want to be located here because of the increase of, or I guess the increase of railroad tracks into Irondale. And I guess in addition, the previous Irondale plan had a lot more residential kind of spread throughout Irondale plan, but because of the belief of the increase in railroad usage, which actually came to pass, a lot of the residential was pushed further to the outskirts in the northeast corner. So one of the reasons we have this kind of a commercial industrial is we know there's more industrial coming. When it was created, city staff said more industrial is coming, period. There's probably going to be more railroad. We need to take that into account. And with Rosemary Street, we need to make this a industrial/commercial thoroughfare. So that way, if more industrial does come, which we're predicting, we can have zoning in place and a plan in place that will allow for more industry. And it does allow for the commercial zoning districts, but the whole point was to provide neighborhood level commercial and industrial, but nothing no intense industrial such as I-3 or I-2 where you see outdoor storage. But we found that I-1 was a proper zoning district in addition to some commercial.
So can you point within the Irondale report where it outlines that there's a community need for this type of zoning?
I'm sorry, can we point to somewhere in the plan that outlines that?
Correct.
So those were the uses that were identified through that process, right? Was that either of those uses would be appropriate through that corridor?
Specifically on page 58, I don't believe I can pull it up, but the Irondale plan does read, the commercial industrial use category indicates uses that may be mixed along the Rosemary and 80th corridor with neighborhood level impact activities or service-oriented industrial uses such as C3 and I-1 being the preferred type. Rosemary serves as the main corridor through the neighborhood, and for that reason, additional features and historic design elements should be considered. And then it goes on to talk about capital improvement plans. And I could certainly have a copy of the Irondale plan sent over to you, Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I may need that because I'm not seeing it in our packet. I just see the executive summary.
The plan was quite large, and we didn't want to bog down the council with over 100-plus pages of a plan.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a lot more questions like I just got raised in that entire presentation. So I'm hearing Irondale focus area, right? And I'm looking at the comprehensive plan myself too, right? I'm reading through that. And then basically what you're saying I heard was first it was we are going to incorporate residential in this area, but now we're not going to because of the fact that we've got now more industrial because we have a railroad track there. So does that follow in line with the comprehensive plan? Does that follow in line with the code and what the intended use is for that area? Does that make sense? So it's an I-1, was it I-1 you said, Ms. Jones?
I-1 is what is proposed,
Is what is
yes.
proposed. So with that said, is that 80,500 square foot warehouse, is that?
That is an allowable use.
That's an allowable use, okay. So I need you to please better explain then as far as you, because originally you said it was supposed to become it's supposed to be allowed for a few residential pockets, all that stuff, but that you kind of changed it to saying that, well, now that we have a railroad there, that we need to now make it more industrial. So can you explain that a little better, please?
Certainly. If you can see on the screen, the large screen, there's currently this residential pocket in the northeast corner, and there is also in the original plan, I believe it was in the 90s, I think 1980 maybe, there was a residential pocket around Uwinta Street. And when city staff and the community went to create the current Irondale plan, there was a belief, hunch, maybe city staff spoke with the railroad that there are plans to lay down more railroad track that kind of curves upward into Irondale, and with that belief, proper planning practice states, okay, more railroad is coming. We need to increase the industrial zoning around the future railroad tracks, and that then led to a decrease in residential in the center of the Irondale the Irondale plan, and then more industrial uses throughout the Irondale plan.
Okay, so page 79 of the comprehensive plan, right? I'm reading this over, the policy direction for Irondale, okay? And I want to make sure I'm understanding this, that these are actually being met. One of them had mentioned, where'd it go? Continue the mix of light and medium intensity industrial activity, avoiding upzonings to I3 heavy in the industry. That's being met, right? Then it also mentions on here, just kind of going down, improve street connections. You look at 88th and Rosemary, it looks like garbage. That whole road looks like garbage to me. And I hear that this is part of the CIP plan to extend or kind of widen that road. I guess my question for Mr. Rogers at this point would be is when is the plan to extend that road, and will that be done before the applicant decides to build out their 80,500 square foot warehouse?
So for the Rosemary widening, that project is or will be going to RFP this month for the bidding process to begin construction. We do have those, that design project. I believe that project's actually been on our books since 2013. Similarly with the 88th Widening Avenue project, we are nearing completion of that design package. Mr. Sean Poe in the crowd can correct me, and do hope to plan to be going out for RFP as well within the coming months once we've been able to button up the necessary regional drainage. In that's, I would assume or approximate construction will take somewhere between 12 to 18 months for both of those roadways once we have been able to receive, I'll call it proposals back from contractors that would work with us on those two projects.
Okay, the last thing on here on this policy direction, improve the image of the area, especially through coordinated zoning, property maintenance, and code enforcement. What do you think of the area looks like now? See what I'm saying? So,
If I could provide a little bit of clarification, if we look at I believe what Mr. Chavez was referring to is if we look at the current zoning, right, Irondale's sort of a hodgepodge of zoning. I don't think that's a secret. There's a lot of ag pieces. There's a lot of properties in there that are unincorporated Adams County. You can see there's a lot of colors shown on that map. What Mr. Chavez was referring to is over the past decade or so, Irondale has trended more industrial, right? And you see that called out on the future land use plan. You see that further, more specifically defined on the Irondale plan. So that's really, I think, what he was referring to in terms of some being a little bit more general in nature, right? Sort of instead of all of those colors, right? It's been trending more industrial, and so that's what this plan is calling for. It is clear that on this corner, I-2 or I-3, based on this plan, right, only I-1 in terms of industrial would be appropriate based on the Irondale plan.
so back to my question to Mr. Rogers then, and I know you told me 12 to 18 months, will that road be widened out in time prior to this warehouse getting built out? Because how long did you say it was gonna take you?
Yeah,
Probably another year to start build?
I can answer that. We won't close until the end of the year. By the time we get planning and approvals on the building itself, it'll be spring before you can start. You're more than a year.
Spring of 2024.
24, you're more than a year out before and then it'll take a year to build the building. So you're into early 25 at the earliest before the building would be constructed.
So will 88th be widened prior to early 25?
That's the intent. I guess my question to you, sir, is I'm trying to associate the roadway widening and it being necessary with respect to the project. I'm trying to make that connection. Because their traffic study is looking based on existing conditions, based off of what is the worst case scenario of the highest and best use based on the zone district that could be delivered. And it looks at the context of now, but also time of build out in 2024, 2040, not 2024. So I'm just trying to assess the question from you is this project reliant upon the widening?
No, so Mr. Rogers, I look at this as more of a common sense deal. The fact that we if we allow this to happen, right? Mm-hmm. And let's say they're already built out, they're ready to roll, they got their trucks going up and down those roads on Rosemary 88th, and we're still sitting behind because we're not ready to actually widen that road yet. See what I'm saying? Like I guess that's what I'm concerned is the fact that we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot.
Let me chew on that and think about a response to that point. Because I think what comes to my mind when I hear that, there's a couple pieces there. Are we increasing traffic? Are we changing the level of service that's already anticipated to that? I'd have to look at the traffic study to see where the existing numbers are and then what they're adding to the background traffic plus their peak demand. When it looks like it, I just got a note from Mr. Poe. And Mr. Poe, if you don't mind joining us in the front. Our right-of-way acquisition right now for 88th, that is. Let's focus on 80th. We're still in the acquisition phase. So we're not completely funded there. Part of that is a raised grant that we are currently competing for. Those funds with construction to start early 2024. So take a year of that. So all things being equal, you're still looking at 2025. For Rosemary, as stated, we're wanting to go out to bid here at the end of the month, and being able then to get that underway later this year, early 2024. You know, looking at the project in of itself, you have to look at it in the sense of, you know, what is it doing to offset its potential impacts to the surrounding network? And in that, whether or not they are responsible for frontage improvements, whether that's right in, right out, left in, left out, traffic signals, and or X. So are they meeting the test of what their development would be required to under a rough proportionality test? I would say yes, because they are and they have to demonstrate that they are meeting that. Going above and beyond that, or asking them to tailor make the timing of their development as we're continuing to move through our process becomes somewhat dynamic, because once again they've been able to demonstrate that they've been able to mitigate their impacts. So I would say, it's my understanding, and Mr. Poe can correct me if I'm wrong, they've been trying to coordinate as best as possible to leverage the improvements that we intend to make to Rosemary for them to make their final improvements off of that final alignment, and or situate their additional improvements, or for Rosemary to leverage the right-of-way necessary for them then to make the necessary adjustments as their development comes in. So like I said, there's some dynamism there, but Mr. Poe, you may have some more details than what I just shared.
Yeah, yes, sir. That is correct. We are working with the developer to make sure that the improvements to 88th and Rosemary are coordinated. Obviously, this development most likely would be there before the construction is completed. I will say that the part of Rosemary along this frontage road is part of the 88th widening project. The Rosemary project just starts south of this parcel. So that's the one that's out for bid this week. We'll be opening bids, I believe, on the 16th of June for Rosemary, and that'll be from the south part of this parcel all the way to 80th Avenue. So we'll work with the developer. They are going to be dedicating the right-of-way that's needed for the property with the plat when they get to that point, as well as drainage easements that's going to be required for the project, the 88th project. So this is based on their traffic impact analysis, it is a small generator of traffic. They're estimating about 200 vehicles a day, with about 36 cars in the morning and 39 vehicles in the evening. So it's a low generator when it comes to traffic. And looking out to 2045, it's well within the operational levels of service that we look for. So we don't believe there's going to be any negative impact to the surrounding area based on the traffic impact study.
Well, I'll just say this. I can tell you right now, there's always a lot of traffic that goes in that area. I've been down that road plenty of times myself, all throughout the day and night. So there is definitely traffic that occurs. Now, I'm not saying it's like that every single day, maybe not on a Sunday or whatever, but I do know that flea market's that way too, yes. And a few other areas too. But I would caution, as far as with the city's concerned, that I don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot if we don't have that road widen out. If the applicant decides that they're going to have this warehouse already built out, have trucks rolling in and out of that place, and our roads are still 2-lane roads. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Oh, that was just the warning one. That was just the warning. All right, let's call the public hearing back in session. Next up for questions is Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. Did I hear you say that the property came on the market in 2021?
That's correct. It came up in 2021, and in April of that year, we went under contract with the owners.
Okay, so, and at that point, it was advertised as the current use or advertised as any prospective use?
No, what we do is we have our engineers, Langen in this case is our engineers that work with us. And when we went to tie the property up, we looked and had our engineers do the study, and it met the zoning criteria for industrial. And that's why we proceeded and moved forward.
So it's been percolating for quite a while?
Well, it's been under contract, and quite frankly, it's been a long time getting the planning and to this point where we're at the stage we're going through rezoning. So that's why it's taken this long to get to this point.
Gotcha. And, it is emotional too for people because this was such a wonderful amenity in Commerce City to have the drive-in theater there and to think of it not being there. Change is always difficult. It reminds me of the song Big Yellow Taxi, paving and parking lots and paradise and all of that good stuff. So things happen. I think it's hard too, sometimes, I know it is for me, to adjust to the fact that even though we as a city council have visions for Commerce City, that it still is about, a great portion of it is about the warehouse experience. What I don't totally understand is why it needs to be rezoned. I can understand why it needs to be changed from the drive-in theater and home under I-1, but why does it need to be changed from I-1 to I-2?
Oh, no, ma'am. So the current zoning on the property is PUD. There's an 88 drive-in PUD. So the only allowable uses under the current zoning are the existing uses, the drive-in and the residence. So in order for anything otherwise to happen on this site, it has to be rezoned. So the requested rezoning is I-1 from PUD.
Okay, and I'm reading from the agenda. It says
Ma'am, if I can interrupt you, I believe that you've jumped ahead to the next public hearing, which is for the property across the street.
Oh, okay. From planned unit development to light intensity.
Yes, ma'am.
I-1. Okay, we're still back on I-1.
Yes, ma'am. Still on
Okay,
I-1.
we haven't moved to I-2, which is the next agenda item.
That's correct. We're still on the drive-in site requesting I-1 zoning from PUD.
Okay, all right. Then in that case, I'll stop. But if it wasn't an investment, if you weren't a REIT, all of these things play into folks wanting to see things remain the same. And I will tell you that I understand Councilmember Kim's issues about 88th Avenue because that is used frequently as a pass-through road, especially because of 270, the traffic on 270. You can take 88, you can go up I-76, take 88th to Quebec and down and get down into Denver and Central Park and the hospital and South Denver and so forth. I've done that many times before I moved to Commerce City. So it is an access point, so having big trucks on it will just add to that. But I understand that all you're doing then is changing from the movie theater to I-1. And changing from the movie theater, I think, is what's causing heart pain for people. But I certainly understand the area. Irondale is industrial. And thank you very much.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this is for city or for you. I have a couple. When a lease or industrial contractor comes in, when you already built the space, let's say, will we have to rezone again from I-1 to another zone? Potentially?
At that point, the business, let's call them Widget Inc., would submit a business license to the city, and then during that business license review process, planning staff would review the proposed use that Widget Inc. has. So let's say they make widgets, and we find that Widget Inc., they make widgets, is more of an I3 zoning use, or is only allowed in I3, we would then inform that business they're not allowed at that particular property, and they have to find a more suitable zoning district. And we would only allow through the business licensing process uses that are allowed within the I1 zoning district.
Oh, so it'll stay at I-1 once it stays there?
Correct. Individual tenants would not require rezoning.
I kind of have the same concerns too as Councilmember Kim. I don't see a lot of community benefits in this space too. And one that kind of stood out to me is you'll be working with developers for the roads. Is there any community multimodal or pedestrian bridge modeling as well in that space that will be accounted for? Because you are adding still traffic. It will be taken away from being a community space or even a community-known space to now an industrial space. So it does change the dynamic. Will there be at least community-driven narratives to kind of rebalance what's being taken?
What is currently proposed is keeping within the development plan, keeping the current 88 Drive-In sign that adds a historic value to the property and recognizes what's been there since the 70s. In addition, a part of the Rosemary Street widening is to include a sidewalk on the eastern side of Rosemary, which is the western side of the subject property. And the argument could be made that redeveloping the site, there will be ample landscaping, a new building that meets the city's architectural standards, but it's also worth noting that that the current property owner who's here and will speak later on today during the public comment section, her and her family, they are looking to leave this business, and that could potentially mean the drive-in closing and just being a vacant property as opposed to this current proposal, which is to introduce a use that wouldn't sit vacant and would also generate tax revenue. So, yeah.
Can there be a consideration for commercial businesses when that's within that space too, to still, I mean, it's still a neighborhood. There's still spaces that we don't necessarily need another industrial space there.
Any proposed use that is allowed within the I-1 zoning district would also be allowed there. And I can email you our land use table and highlight all of the uses that would be allowed within the I-1 zoning district. I don't have them all memorized, but there certainly is some uses that are under our general commercial category that are allowed within the I-1 zoning district.
Sweet. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember the questions that I had prior to the break. I believe this is for staff. How many CIPP projects do we have currently?
Currently, we have a total of around 130 or so.
And has Rosemary and 88th always been a priority? Or is it just kind of sifted up to the top?
Yes, ma'am. The Rosemary is completely funded, and we are advertising for bids now. And 88th is a large regional connector between I-76 and Highway 2. So we do believe that is a priority project as well.
And how many lanes on each side?
88th will be widened from the current 2-lane configuration to a 4-lane configuration west of Rosemary, and east of Rosemary to be 3 lanes. There'll be 1 lane each direction with a continuous turn lane.
Would there be turn lanes?
Yeah, well, at the Rosemary intersection, there'll be room for 2 lefts. That's the reason why the traffic backs up in the evenings, is because everybody's making that left turn to get to I-76. from Rosemary. And we can't do dual lefts now because there's only one lane going westbound on East 88th. So the goal would be have 2 left turn lanes going northbound to westbound and an additional right turn lane to go eastbound on East 88th.
I made the mistake of taking Rosemary to get to 76 the other day, and it took me, and I sat through the light many times. So it's already jam-packed. Also, it was said that 200 vehicles is a low generator. How many vehicles would be considered a high generator?
Well, it'd be 200 vehicles per day, but there's businesses that generate quite a bit more traffic than an industrial or warehouse type use.
But that would include cars, not necessarily all semis.
Yeah, there'd be a certain percentage of that would be the trucks. Typically, it's about 20 to 30% of what those trips. A lot of the trips that generate are just the employees going to work.
I'm sorry, what was that?
For the employees that are going to their job at that location.
So this is for the applicant. How many employees do you anticipate? The prospective tenant.
We don't have anybody specific for the building, so we don't have an answer to that question. Generally, 20, 30,000 square foot warehouse, your office percentage is probably about 5-6% office finish. So you're about 2,500 square feet of office, which would be 6-7 employees per office place, and then warehouse employees can range. It depends on the operation.
So it's not a big employment generator.
Good for the size of the building, but now compared to some of the bigger buildings out there, it's not heavy use or employee generator.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? So I'm perplexed as far as which one of you has the better crystal ball here, because I'm trying to understand how it is that we don't have a tenant lined up for this building, but we know how many employees they're going to have and the type of business that's going to be in there and how many daily trips they're going to generate. I have a hard time understanding how we can deduce these numbers when we don't know who the tenant is. You could get some tenant who operates warehouse space who does very little bit of traffic. You could get another tenant who operates warehouse space who's maybe a courier doing deliveries, something along the blood bank, something along those lines. So I find it a little bit incredulous that we're throwing out these numbers without caution of the fact that we could be completely off because we don't know who the actual end user is going to be.
Yes, sir. That's a good point. It is an estimate based on the type of use, and that data is generated from years and years of research through the Institute of Transportation Engineers that provides that estimate for it. Again, it is an estimate, and we will not know fully on any development until it is developed. Chick-fil-A, for instance, is a different animal than a regular fast food restaurant. So there's been studies done on it. So it is an estimate for the generator, and it's just a rule of thumb basically as far as the employees. So it is not an exact science. It's just an estimate to be able to figure out what typically that type of use generates.
Okay. I want to clarify. So we threw out some dates on when Rosemary was going to go out to bid. We threw out some dates on when 88th was going to go out to bid, but 88th Avenue is not fully funded right now. There was a comment that was made as far as competing for a raise grant, but we're competing with our neighbors to the south who wants to do some work on Pena Boulevard with the same grant and everything. So we don't actually know when we can get 88th accomplished, despite the fact that it's currently overburdened.
The funding that we could currently have available that will not fund the project. So we did apply for a raise grant. We should hear at the end of the month. We did apply at the last call for the raise grant, and there were 3 projects awarded in the state of Colorado, and this was the 4th ranked, highest ranked one. So we feel like that it's a very good project. It serves a lot of underserved area, a lot of underserved census tracts. We are providing multimodal capabilities, a trail on the south side along that whole stretch that'll be used for bikes and pedestrians. So we feel like it's going to score very well, but we won't know until the end of the month. Until that time, we're in the process of acquiring the right-of-way so that it's shovel-ready. So when there's other grant opportunities, we're about $20 million short at this point.
And where exactly does the 88th Avenue project start and stop?
The 88th starts just on the west end near I-76, ties into where the frontage road, where that traffic signal is, and it extends all the way to Highway 2. And then it's the portion of Rosemary, the intersection, and it'll extend along Rosemary to the south property line of this property.
And what improvements would be done to the intersection at 88th and I-76? That intersection is a nightmare as it is, with the frontage roads coming in there with all the additional traffic. If you try to get through there on a weekend, it's best that you just plan on avoiding the area unless you have a purpose to be at that particular spot at that particular time. So how are we going to improve that intersection as well to accommodate additional traffic that is going to be flowing through there?
There'll be 2 lanes in each direction with a turn lane going westbound to accommodate the turning movements. And also a right turning lane at the intersection of I-76, which will help. A lot of that traffic is going straight. They can't get in the right turn lane to turn eastbound on I-76. So these improvements will alleviate that.
And what about improvements for the intersection of Highway 2 and 88th? That intersection there is a little bit sketchy, especially with the train crossing. You don't have a lot of merge area that's going on, so what are we going to do to improve that?
Well, we're not anticipating widening the roadway in that intersection. It'll remain the same with its current configuration, just due to the complexity of widening that across the railroad tracks and the limited length between the Highway 2 and the railroad tracks itself.
So this additional traffic that's going to be going through, should it decide to go east to Highway 2 in order to try to catch 96 out to Tower or out to E470, is going to have to contend with an intersection that already is undersized and not capable of actually handling the flow.
Well, currently the intersection we feel like it operates in an acceptable level of service, but there will be additional traffic as this area goes, and at that time we'll be looking at another project to be able to look at providing more capacity.
Typically, whenever we talk levels of service for roadways, typically it's given a letter grade between A through F, A, B, and C being acceptable, A being good, D and F not being acceptable. Where are we rating that currently, at a C or a B?
I don't have that information this time. I'll have to get that information back to you.
Okay, so I mean, if it's a C, that's acceptable today, but then you start tracking in additional traffic going there, plus you're already gonna have 88th widened eventually. Again, how is this project going to impact an intersection that is teetering on being acceptable?
Right. I'd have to get that information of what the level of service is, and then we have the traffic study that projects it out to 2045 and what that level of service estimate is.
Okay, but that information wasn't currently put in our packet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, okay. Oh, Mr. Chavez?
Mayor Huseman, the traffic impact study should be in your packet.
Does it specifically state what the level of service is for the intersection at 88th and Highway 2?
I will have to check. I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Douglas, you're in the queue. Was that just from last time you wanted to speak?
It was, but I was trying to pull up the drainage report because it seems like there's a lot of issues with drainage around Highway 2 and 88th at the Arsenal, and really wanted to take a look at the drainage report again, but my Wi-Fi is down, so I can't refer to it. Could you
This
fill me
development is
in on that?
proposing a detention pond. It would be a retention pond until the 88th improvements are constructed, at which time it will be constructed. The 88th improvements will take the drainage from that pond and discharge it in the storm drain that's proposed for 88th. Everything drains towards I-76 and to the north. So this property doesn't drain towards Highway 2.
Is there currently any drainage on the property?
There's no detention pond or any kind of stormwater pond on the property. And there's not stormwater infrastructure because everything is along the roadways and
Okay.
the ditches.
And how big would that detention pond be?
I don't know the exact size of what they're proposing, but it'll be enough to be able to detain their property, their drainage from their property and release it at the current rate.
Because there's anticipated to be a lot of concrete
Correct.
there, right? Okay, thank you.
All right, we don't have any virtual speakers, but we do have a couple in-person speakers, so we'll start with the individual I shut down earlier, Mr. Cerna.
Can you hear me?
We can.
In listening to everything here, yous are caught on a 22 here. Simply because you're not given the right information and you're not receiving the right information about that area. The drive-in is for people that can't afford to go out of Commerce City. And it was utilized in a sense in a political situation at one time. And words were made that, oh, I'll never sell this place. It took a vote to bring that into play in a sense. And the people decided that they wanted that situation in perspective to help the community. The city council at that time made a comment at the same time that it would be awful to follow through with what was happening at that particular time. And they voted against the community. That place, in a sense, that's in question, and they're rightfully so. It was their living. But you're talking about the community also that helped with bond issues up north. And promises were made that Rosemary, by this time, would be, had been straightened out and widened. I don't know what happened to that. The same thing that happened, and I know that there's only 4 of you, I think, maybe 5, that are brand new to this. You didn't hear the community. But there was a vote. And what we wanted finally came to be. But the whole situation is that you got new people here that I haven't seen, okay? Because I haven't been here for 2 years for private reasons. I agree with the gentleman. Kids are not going to have the same feelings in perspective with a family in a car or in a bus sometimes to go and watch a movie with the parental concession. Administration, my feeling, has got to give you more information before you bring all of this to the floor, before speaking to the community and see what they want. Everything that has been promised in Derby, we haven't gotten. A lot of money was spent there. And I know I'm almost finished. So I'm just saying, I agree with everything that you say. But we added from 84th or 88th, 1,200 acres. And that was gonna be kind of like the dividing line between community and business. If it took from 21 or whatever date he gave that they've been interested in this, how come it hadn't been brought up? Well, it's more expensive in the areas that they do have. And the community's getting tired of having to look at Denver, Aurora, everywhere else that take money away from Commerce City. Even the county doesn't give us enough. The old town, I haven't seen that much push from the county to help you bring the enclave into play because it's too expensive. And I haven't seen a city council that has wanted to do that. And it's not their fault. But at the same time, there's gonna be a lot more traffic there. It's not a few cars. It's more than that. There's traffic jams sometimes. Where? From the railroads east. And I know that there's people that know the history, but I'm asking you, we're losing schools because of this. You need to have, from my perspective, let's say somebody that's elected by the people to make sure that you're receiving the right information so that you can make good decisions. It's never happened. Pay them so that they can keep both sides honest in perspective to the expense and what you want to do. The Planning Commission has that already planned, but everybody wants to come in and change things. The North is getting everything they want. It's coming to play. But the South, here again, Derby is not getting anything. I agree with you, sir. We have to think about the families that need our help right now and the families that are going to be coming into this nation, 1 million, 1.5 million. And there's going to be poor people. And it always costs more. And then we don't have money this and money that. But do we really know where all that money was spent? It takes effort to reach the community to give you ideas. You just can't do it from up there. You have to do it from here and go and talk to the community, as some people do. And I know the ones that are new, and it's not your fault. But somebody's got to have a conscience for the needy people in perspective. Our kids still sometimes can't go out because of the shootings somewhere else. But yet, it's here. You know, I don't have too much time in perspective to participate, but I do care about this community because I care about you. That's why I'm talking this way. Talk to yourselves. What do we really want? You want solutions to the problem that is being brought to you right now. And Mayor, thank you for listening to me, because it's important on the growth that you want and what you want on the results when you finish this growth potential that was passed by other city managers, other city council, other mayors. They all had an idea, but weren't receiving the right information. And that's what you need to do. So on this, leave it the way it is. You know, Mayor, you said it. We don't have the money, and we don't know when we're gonna have Rosemary. We haven't had it, because it was promised that it would be a 4-lane there. So why change things when all you do and all you have to do is improve? There's history. I can't sit down with all of you and give you that history, but I can remind you that that's what history's for. We got an area that's going to be built at the dog tracks. It took a lot to get that done. But now there's a possibility of charter schools coming in. What are you gonna do with the poor kids in the area that go to charter schools and then are thrown out? They come back to the district. But we want to close a high school that's needed when we had plenty up north. And we don't share that. Our children are being separated by decisions, and it's local. That's what you're responsible for. Ask more questions. I liked what I saw tonight because it didn't used to happen. It was yes, 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 yes. There's got to be a no in there sometimes in perspective because you have to slow down. You're in too much of a hurry to build what the forefathers of Commerce City wanted. I've been there, so that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this evening.
Think about it.
Next up will be Susan Kokovar.
Good evening, everyone. I own the 88 Drive-In, and I've lived in this community nearly my entire life. The drive-in means everything to me, and so does the Commerce City community. What's been said tonight about a place where people could bring their children and play ball while the sun's setting and buy inexpensive toys for their kids every time they come, that's all true. And I love that place, and I love this community. But what happens to drive-ins all over the United States is what's happening to mine. We started off with about 6,000 drive-ins, and now we're down to about 300 nationwide. The cities grow up around us. The lights go up. We have the FedEx lights, which are extremely bright and affect our picture. We have the property across the street from me is going to be redeveloped, so I have that issue. That affects my picture. We also have noise issues. We have noise issues from the road. We have noise issues from the flea market sometimes at night, from the rock factory kind of to the west of us, and behind us there's an aluminum factory or a steel factory where that railroad spur was put in. That's extremely noisy at night as well, and sometimes interferes with the sound for the picture. There are a lot of other issues that drive-ins experience, and right now, one of the next things I'm gonna have to do, if I'm gonna stay, I have to make the decision to put in another $100,000 projector. And with all of the other things impacting us, that's really not looking like a very viable option. We also just went through COVID, and supply lines are still not what they should be. We're having inflation and all the other things that are impacting my customers, and it's just getting extremely difficult to operate. The movie studios went through COVID as well, and their pipeline for their pictures was nearly destroyed. So I had to close last August. We couldn't run August or September. I had nothing to play. This year, the pictures are back in the spring, but we have a writer's strike now. So how that will affect us next year, I don't know if it's not resolved very quickly. So I'm faced with, writing it down and being bled dry or selling it. And I really don't want to see it left empty. We put the property up for sale in about 2018 nationwide, and we had quite a few people who were interested, but nothing ever materialized until First Industrial came along. I think it's probably a good use for this particular property in this area because I think that it will help with the expansion of both 88th and Rosemary, which would also work to hurt my business. And one last thing I'll say, we generate about 60,000 cars in a season. So I think that an industrial warehouse, like has been proposed, would actually result in less traffic. So we love the community, and I have 4 generations of my family raised in that drive and along with all the other community members here. And I appreciate all of their feelings. I share them. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? No? Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals to the public comments that we received? You don't have to, I'm just offering.
No rebuttals.
Okay, thank you.
You know how emotional it is, and we appreciate it.
All right, written comments were received by the deadline. They were included in the packet as well. This time I will close the public hearing. I'd like to make a motion for an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice relating to the procedure of public hearings for zoning and for the appropriate zoning criteria relating to the hearing on ordinance Z-989-23. Councilmember Dare?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll be in executive session for about 10 minutes. Hey, we're all back. All right, we are all back in session. I appreciate y'all's indulgence. Gonna be honest, even after as many public hearings as we've gone through, there's times whenever I'm still get confused over the different rules and everything. So it's appreciative that you indulged us to allow us to go back and have conversation with our legal counsel over procedures for zoning cases like this. Can you do me a favor and pull back up the criteria on public use? And at this time, I'm going to reopen the public hearing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, what would you like me to pull up?
There's the criteria slides and the one that was
criteria.
on public,
5?
community need. Thank you very much. That's the one that I need. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until July 17th. In that time, I would like to be provided with the levels of service for the 88th Avenue and Highway 2 intersection, as well as market analysis that demonstrates a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location, given need to provide or maintain a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area of the purpose and use. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing until July 17th in order to get that levels of service analysis for that intersection, as well as for a market analysis that demonstrates community need. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll continue this out to July 17th. All right, next up, we're going to move into the other ordinance, Ordinance Z-989-23 for rezoning 8705 Rosemary Street from I-1 and Ag to I-2. I'll remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony. If you wish to participate in the decision, you should rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, I will invite Interim City Attorney Geiger to address City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following: is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. I'm going to invite Michael Rosso, City Planner, to present. I think this is your first time presenting in front of us, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome. We'll be nice to you, okay?
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
You get one free pass.
I get one. Okay, I'll remember that. All right, just waiting for the slides.
Yeah, we're
Pulled
waiting
up
on
on
you.
my side.
The floor is yours.
It was the same.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have my laptop up here with the slides, so I'm kind of waiting for those.
I didn't change anything.
This isn't a good start.
No.
This is his free pass.
At least this is outside of my control.
It works.
I tell you, if you're going to use a free pass, this is the way to use it, huh?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, but now it's the wrong one.
All right, so this is the case located at 8705 Rosemary Street. It is actually directly west across Rosemary from the previous case that council heard. They are requesting to rezone from I-1 Ag to I-2. So the property is currently split zoned, and the applicant is Evergreen Devco Inc. So again, their request is to rezone this 6.57 acre lot from I-1, which is light intensity industrial and agricultural, to I-2, which is medium intensity industrial. This is part of the Irondale neighborhood and also infrastructure plan. As far as some brief history, the property was annexed and zoned agricultural in 1980. In 2019, a portion of the lot was rezoned to I-1. There was a condition placed on that rezoning that a subdivision would be required to separate out the I-1 portion of the lot that condition was never fulfilled, so we have a split zone lot currently. Staff have not received any public comment on this case. There is a proposed development plan currently under review for a single warehouse building, approximately 54,000 square feet. And that is a speculative warehouse building similar to the previous one that you all heard. So this is the current zoning map. I've kind of tried to illustrate where that split is. It's pretty accurate as to where that split is currently between I-1 and agricultural. You can see the majority of the surrounding properties are industrial in nature with some varying other zoning districts and uses. On the future land use plan, this is designated as industrial distribution. The entire surrounding area is designated either industrial distribution or general industrial, so it is obviously an industrial area, or at least proposed to be an industrial area. Oh, went too fast there. So this is the Arundel neighborhood plan. You saw this as well. This property is designated as general industrial, which would kind of consider those I-1, I-2 uses. This is an aerial of the site. Those buildings on the southern edge, those would be removed if this were to move forward and the development plan were to move forward. It's a single-family residence and some other structures. Current conditions, this is a view taken from the corner of Rosemary and 88th. You can see the site is mostly vacant. Those buildings kind of along that left side of the image are the existing buildings on site. So for some analysis, as extensively talked about, the Public Works is working on the plans to widen 88th and Rosemary Street. This lot would meet the I-2 zoning bulk standards. The zone change has been reviewed by all relevant DRT agencies, and there were no outstanding issues. And staff does believe there is sufficient evidence in the record to demonstrate that all the zone change approval criteria can be met on this site. Some considerations for discussion. The rezoning would be consistent with the comprehensive plan and Irondale plan. The rezoning brings that split zone lot into conformance, and the rezoning would allow the site to develop. So some potential outcomes can be approved, denied, continued, or remitted back to Planning Commission for further discussion. And staff is now available to answer any questions. The applicant is also present to answer any questions afterwards.
Great, thank you very much, appreciate that. Before I open this up for other questions, would I be wrong to assume that the same traffic that is going to be affecting the property across the street would be affecting this, and therefore the same questions regarding the levels of service at one intersection would apply to this property as well?
I think that would be an accurate statement, sir.
Great, and there's probably also not a market analysis demonstrating or that would give the council report based on community need at this time?
I do not have access to any report such as that.
Thank you. That being the case, I motion to continue this hearing for ordinance Z-989-23 to July 17th. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion second to continue this public hearing until July 17th. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll hear this one on July 17th as well. Next up, we're going to go into approving the 2022 CDBG Annual Action Plan Amendment. I'll remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on the facts developed in the hearing and in the record. This time I will open the public hearing, and I'll invite George Lewis, CDBG Coordinator, to present. You've already used your free pass, so, you know.
Honestly, Mayor, I don't think I need it.
I love the confidence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is George Lewis. I am the CDBG Coordinator. Today we'll be going over the amendment to the 2022 Annual Action Plan. Since 2016, the City of Commerce City has received CDBG funding from HUD in support of the development of urban communities and low to moderate income areas. Through subrecipients and internal agencies, we provide support to low to moderate income areas of the City of Commerce City. Listed above are the needs and goals approved by Council last year in the Annual Action Plan. The Annual Action Plan details specific plans used of funds for the recipients and different program requirements. We were funded $422,541 for the 2022 program year. These funds have been divided and dispersed per HUD guidelines. The 2022 Annual Action Plan was approved in August 2022 by Council. From HUD, we have received an additional $17,834 of funding due to the 2021 reallocated metropolitan area entitlement funds under Section 106C of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. An additional $56,279 of uncommitted funds from program years 2019 and 2020 have been reallocated to housing programs and public facility improvements. Listed above is the financial breakdown of our new 2022 allocation. Above is the amended Annual Action Plan category list. The public comment period started on April 27, 2023, and ended May 27, 2023. No public comments were received. The 2022 Annual Action Plan amendment is available to view in office and on our website. This does conclude my presentation, and I will now open the floor for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions? All right, and seeing none, do we have any in-person speakers? No virtual speakers? Were there any written comments? Nope, great. Given the fact that no questions, no speakers, no comments, I will close the public hearing. And at this time, looking for a motion second to adopt resolution 2023-051. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Dara.
Second.
I have a motion second to adopt resolution 2023-051. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-051, a resolution for the Community Development Block Grant Program approving the 2022 Annual Action Plan Amendment.
All right, I have a motion second to adopt resolution 2023-051. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to resolution 2023-063, the South Platte Crossing Affordable Housing Agreement. I'll invite Jenna Hahn, Executive Management Analyst, to introduce the item. Have a good evening, sir.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. I do not recall getting a free pass 4 years ago, but I will not need it tonight. So we're here this evening to discuss the South Platte Crossing Affordable Housing Project that will be constructed at Colorado Boulevard and 72nd Avenue. That project will be comprised of 60 rental units that will be rented out for a range of 30% to 80% of the area median income. We last discussed this project in November of 2021, and at that meeting, staff and the developer, Brenshaw, came before you to request permission to negotiate the terms of an affordable housing assistance agreement, which would essentially allow the city to reimburse certain taxes and fees back to the project if the project was constructed as council and staff desired. At that meeting, council unanimously gave the permission to staff to negotiate that contract. That's what we've been working on since November of 2021. Also during that time period, I am pleased to share that the housing project applied for and was awarded the competitive 9% low-income housing tax credits from CHAFA. Despite that allocation, there is still a funding gap, hence why we're here to talk about the Affordable Housing Agreement. So the agreement that was included in your packet tonight did follow prior affordable housing agreements that council previously passed. However, we heard the concerns of council as well as residents from various affordable housing projects, and we considered those challenges that we've been experiencing as a city while we drafted the terms of this agreement. So in addition to the past form, this agreement made several improvements. Most notably, we outlined 13 different conditions for the project to receive reimbursement from the city. So all 13 of those terms have to be met before Bryn Shore could receive any sort of reimbursement for their project. Some of those terms include requirements for property upkeep, standards for property inspections, as well as lease-up requirements. Separately from what's included in that agreement, because the developer received CHAFA funding, they have other requirements that CHAFA will hold them accountable to as well. So we believe we've come before you with a very strong document, and we've been very pleased with how Bryn Shore has worked with us to get to this point and are confident that they will deliver a good product. They are here tonight if you would like to see their presentation or have questions for them. But that concludes my introduction.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that presentation. Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Really appreciate it. And I particularly appreciate staff adding these deal points. That's extremely important, and it's a new playing field here and a new base from which to operate. So thank you very much.
Of course.
I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the fact that the developer is willing to do so as well. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one other comment, though. What can we do about that concrete company that is just so close to all of these homes, and it just worries me? How do we encourage it to not be there anymore?
I'll go ahead and try to tackle that one. That's a very good question, ma'am. It's one that we continually have with our partners at Adams County. As you know, that operation or that facility is obviously non-incorporated to Adams County. It's in the heart of what I would call a redevelopment opportunity, revitalization opportunity in and around the commuter light rail station. So it's been an ongoing discussion with the county, actually with the property owners as well, and the actual tenant of that facility who leases it from the property owner about, is there a better location? How can we all partner, work together in finding a new location that will serve everybody's needs? There's some dynamism with respect to the agreement that they have with the property owner, which is, I'll call it what it is. It's tricky to try to figure out a solution, but we continue at it. I think some of the tools that we're looking at, specifically in and around urban renewal and thinking about some of the development that is occurring in and around that area, is going to help spur this encouragement of relocation. But I would say at this stage, it's just one of those things that we continue to look at on a routine basis and engage on trying to help take that next step.
Thank you. And I do have one other question. One of our other new projects has vinyl planks or flooring in all of the units, and there's terrible off-gassing from those. And I'm concerned, from what I could see of the drawings of the developer's project, they were using that same kind of flooring, the fake wood flooring, faux artificial. But some of them have much higher levels of off-gassing than others do, and it's just probably a price point more than anything. is there anything that we can do about that so that residents in these units, who are going to be dealing with the 2.5 and 10 particulate matter might also be having off-gassing issues from vinyl flooring?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Eric Nesbitt, and I am one of the co-developers. Can you hear me okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. Good evening, members of the council and the mayor. My name is Eric Nesbitt, and I am with Nesbitt Development, and I'm a co-developer with Brenshaw Development of the project. So we have a presentation, but I won't go through that because I want to specifically answer your question, so I'll pass that on. I have Kathleen Bowes. She's my co-developer with Brenshaw, and she was going to speak in the presentation about certain design elements of the project, so we'll go right to that to answer your question. And if you want to hear the presentation, we can do that, or we can take other questions.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathleen Bull with Brenshaw Development. Thank you all for having us. Sorry, just getting to the correct page of my notes. So we understand that concern, and this project will meet 2018 Energy Code standards, which is what Commerce City has adopted and follows. And in addition, we will be meeting National Green Building Standard bronze level certification. And so through those programs, there are requirements on VOCs from vinyl plank tile. And we will certainly look into that and make sure, we will be under those levels to meet that National Green Building certification. But if there's any, certain threshold you are aware of, we're happy to look into that, but we are already committed to not only the code that Commerce City has adopted, but also a further green standard that Chaffer requires.
Okay, and is the bronze level higher than the city standard?
Yes. Yes, so the National Green Building Standard bronze certification is a green certification that, yes, would be higher than the typical energy code.
Okay, because we have already approved flooring that had a lot of off-gassing with it, so I don't necessarily want to go by our current code, but it's something I don't think we've dealt with yet in our building code. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
You would be accurate on that, ma'am.
Okay.
And we can certainly double check what VOC levels are allowed through flooring, or what those thresholds are for the program that we will be certifying to. And happy to share that with Jenna or Jason.
Okay, that would be good because, as you know, that area has challenges. And there can be days when there is dust kicked up from the concrete plant that's adding to the problems anyway. So you need to be inside, but then you find yourself inside with the windows closed in order to not let the dust in, and suddenly you find yourself in an apartment with a lot of off-gassing. So I don't know how to make that a rule, but if you're just thinking about it, I really hope you will consider however much more it will cost you per square foot to consider that. Thank you very much.
Certainly, thank you.
Would the council be interested in hearing our full presentation, or do you want to just go to, you have questions for us? I'll proceed however you want us to.
We'll just ask questions given the time of the evening.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I was trying to see also, Ms. Hahn, in the presentation, what is the exact location, or if you guys can tell me the exact location of the property?
7140 Colorado Boulevard. 30, I'm sorry, I'm off by 10. 7130 Colorado Boulevard. So it's just south of 72nd and Colorado, and 2 minutes from the train station there. 2-minute walk.
But it's on the same side as the Adams County building?
It's in the same parking lot. The site is in the parking lot. The council just approved a replat to remove that parcel that we will build on, and we expect construction to commence in August of this year.
Okay, so that's why I was confused. So the building will actually be in that, or the complex, the 60 units in that parking unit right next? Because I know there's at 7110, there's a home, 7110 Colorado Boulevard, there's a home there, so will that be part of that also?
It will not.
So did you guys purchase that parking lot then from the county?
That parking lot was part of the parcel that Urban Land Conservancy bought about 4 years ago, and they condominiumized the Adams Tower building, and then they condominiumized 1 acre of the site with a plan in the future to develop affordable housing there. And my organization, my development firm, along with Brenshaw, we entered into a ground lease with Urban Land Conservancy to do the affordable housing project.
Okay, and that just seems like a really tight area for 60 units. So is there enough parking then? How is the parking for 60 units going to accommodate that?
That's a great question. We have 60 parking spaces currently that will be constructed with the project, and then we entered into a parking license agreement with Urban Land Conservancy for 30 more spaces that will be able to use, the tenants will be able to use that parking as well. And obviously, when people aren't using the office building, there will be more spaces available for us to use, for our tenants and residents to use those extra spaces if need be. So we think we have adequate parking. We checked obviously with staff to make sure we met all the requirements for the city, and we've established and satisfied those elements.
Okay, so the county building on days they're operating and then this 60-unit complex, sometimes you guys will be sharing parking as well then, and then did the county verify there will be enough parking for them to run their business?
Well, we anticipate that many of the residents will be using the light rail or the rail station, so there won't be the same demand for parking that you might see in other areas, given that we're right across the street from the station. But we have more than sufficient parking. We've checked with the users in the tower, and we know we have more than sufficient parking to satisfy both the day users and the tenants that will be, the residents that will be at South Platte Crossing apartment building.
Okay. Can you and staff pull up that map for me too? I would like to visualize, because it's actually going to be on that kind of diagonal back part where the parking lines are. So I wanted to see if you can pull that up in our presentation.
And as Eric noted, so we have an over 1-to-1 parking ratio, meaning there will be more than one parking space available per unit. We believe that will be sufficient. We've worked with city planning staff for about 2 years. The PUD has been approved, approving that number of parking spaces, and we do believe it's sufficient. We've worked closely with the Adams Tower building. We do have Sarah Harmon here with Urban Land Conservancy if there are any questions specific to that part of the site.
Okay, and then I know there's residents, I think there's like 5 or 6 residential homes. Have they been asked or, consulted how they feel about having that 60-unit complex right next to their homes? Have they been able to voice their opinions?
We did post notices of the PUD and the plans for the project, and didn't receive much of any public feedback or comments.
Yeah, we did not. We held a community meeting on February 24th of 2021, and have held several. That was our official required one that had notices go out. We've had more than just that, though, and have not received responses from those neighbors, and had one person attend that public meeting, and I don't believe that person was one of those neighbors.
Okay, great. And staff, can you zoom in that map and show at least me and so people watching in where that exactly is going to be, the proposed area, if you can?
Zoom in on the property site?
Yes, where the...
That
And
might be the
and if
best we
you
can
could
do.
point to me, like you said, from where the SP Crossing building is, where in that parking lot is 60 units gonna fit?
So it's the yellow outlined area, and it's actually almost a full acre. So it might be hard to tell with the scale, but it's a very large parking lot right now. I think if you go out there and visit the site,
No, I
you know,
have.
yeah, there's, there are a number of cars very close to the office building, but my observation, especially recently, has been there's a lot of people who appear to be crossing Colorado to go to and from the light rail station. And, when ULC did purchase this site in 2018 from the county, this was the anticipated use. So that yellow outlined area was structured as a withdrawable parcel within the condominium structure to make way for the development of affordable housing in this location.
Okay, yeah, and I have visited the area quite often, but there's also a safe homeless parking area in that parking lot currently. So when this starts going on, is that gonna be eliminated? Or will they be able to move somewhere else?
A safe parking area, Mayor
Yes,
Pro Tem?
it's through the county.
I think we'll have Sarah answer that, just since she represents the landowner of the parking lot.
Thank you for your question. So I'm Vice President of Real Estate with Urban Land Conservancy. As has been referenced, we purchased the building in 2018 and really wanted to activate the space, concerned that there would be a void in that area with a vacancy of that size. We've sought to not only create permanent stability through multiple users in the office tower, also through bringing affordable housing to the services that are now aggregating in that building, and additionally finding interim uses and potentially longer-term interim uses, such as that safe overnight parking that you're referencing. We do have a use agreement with that program, and we're making sure that the spaces that they'll have access to are outside of that yellow marked footprint, so that that use can continue to provide safe overnight space throughout, as long as, I think that the county and the program feels it's needed there. We've seen it being successful so far, and I hope you agree with that. We've worked with these types of interim uses at a number of our locations in the past.
Okay, yeah, because I was there yesterday and they said they were pretty much full, so you're saying it will still be available to them?
My understanding is the same amount of space they currently have will continue to be available when the construction starts at this location. If you see going down below, the way that image is going down below the ING area, there's quite a big reservoir of parking area yet. And so similar to the parking easement after hours, our hope is that there is still plenty of space around that building in that area that the office uses do not use late at night.
See, that's my concern, that you said hope, but there's not, seems like you're not.
Well, I'm not
for
sure I can't speak for the program, so I do apologize. I participate with the aspect of development with our organization. We have a different team that works with the assets and operations, and they're the ones who have negotiated that lease use directly. I would be happy to follow up with exactly what those terms are, but I've not been in that discussion. As we've done in other locations, our goal is to serve as many needed purposes for the community as we can at our locations.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want to leave it on a hope, and I apologize I used that word. I can, would you like me to follow up with you with specific details to the program and the agreement?
Yeah, I would like a little more information, but it just seems like an awful lot of units to me just to pile in there in a parking lot. That's just my opinion, but thank you.
I appreciate your questions and your concern. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I have the same concerns about parking, but honestly, we were just there, Councilmember Douglas and I'm concerned. You said that you rely a lot, community members will be coming from the rail line right there, from public transportation, are you going to be helping fill out with any pedestrian bridges? We know that it already needs sidewalks, but it has, just where that adjacent intersection is, it's a pretty dangerous road just with many trucks going through. Will you be helping in that space since you're kind of relying on that to be more pedestrian?
Yeah, so that was actually Chaffa's primary concern as well. And we first applied for funding in 2021 and were not successful that year. And Chaffa wanted us to take a closer look at that pedestrian connection. And we have been working with the city, with Jason, Jenna, and others, including Public Works, to see if we could install, I'm forgetting the exact term off the top of my head, but I believe it's a lighted pedestrian crosswalk, and did a traffic study. I believe we might have even amended the traffic study based on feedback from Public Works at the time. Unfortunately, on one of the warrants, I believe there were 5 total, we didn't pass the threshold for warranting need for a crosswalk. But we did put a small amount of funding in our budget to try to continue to work on that. And we would love to bring those conversations back. But we do have a placeholder to try to fulfill that. We talk about that with the C4 organizations. And especially, I think, seeing, a lot of times when we were first talking about this, it was during COVID. And I think when the traffic study was done, there might not have been quite as much use of the light rail, and maybe not as much activation in the building. But what I've observed is it seems like there is a lot more use now. So I think we'd be happy to look at those conversations again, because it is definitely a concern of ours that we want to make sure residents can safely access that amenity. We are providing NECO passes to residents, so that'll be 1 per unit. And that stands for neighborhood eco pass, but it gives residents use of the RTD system. So we want to encourage that, and we want to make sure it's safe for residents. And we appreciate the work that the city has done to pave most of that route once you do pass Colorado. But yeah, I've observed it myself. It's difficult to cross, and we want to make sure we can improve that.
Have you worked with anybody from RTD, especially those spaces? Because I used to go through there in the bus specifically even when I was in youth. They're still the same if you have a bench at all. So things like that, like safety measures for community, is there any way, or even if they need help, calling for help if they're on those paths or those railways, have you tried working within those spaces yet?
Not RTD. We had been working with Commerce City Public Works because we cannot install a crosswalk there without Public Works approval. And when we worked on our traffic study and presented that with the city at the time, it didn't pass the threshold that I think Public Works has for installation of a crosswalk.
And just out of curiosity, given that this is a housing space, we've been going for a lot of environmental justice spaces for monitoring. Would you be interested in any type of monitoring device to be on places like that for air pollution, even within the space to help? Because this is a disproportionately impacted community, especially the type of units that you'll be offering. Would you be interested in that type of monitoring or modeling for community too?
I think we'd be interested in learning more about that. And I mean, if it's placement on a roof or something, if that's helpful, we'd certainly be interested in talking about that and understanding, what, I guess, who would collect that data and, how it could contribute to the community.
Sweet. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. Yes, I was there on Wednesday with Councilmember Chacon, and I had a hard time finding a parking place, to be honest. So I have a real hard time understanding how you're going to squeeze 60 units into that parking lot. I had envisioned that maybe you had bought some of the residential surrounding it so that you would be like tearing those down and expanding. So I have a real hard time visualizing and knowing how you're going to put 60 spaces in there. My other concern, definitely about the parking, but my other concern is that a while back, I had the opportunity to do a tour with the District 8 EPA director, and a lot of environmental justice people were on that tour as well. And we were in different cars, but we had it set up so that we could talk to each other. And they were very, very much concerned about the fact that low-income people always get put into environmentally compromised areas. And I just can't see that happening again. You know, it's like, just because you don't make as much money doesn't mean that you don't deserve the same quality of life that everybody else just comes to take for granted. And so I have real concerns about the air quality, soil quality, the traffic that is on Colorado Boulevard, to be putting people who are already disparaged. And it's almost like we're creating clients for the people who are in the building next door because of the health impacts. So I have some concerns, real concerns. And air monitoring, just because you know that the air is bad, doesn't make air good. Doesn't. That's reality. So you can know how bad the air is, but like I said, it doesn't change the quality of the air. It's still bad. So those are my concerns. I guess this is the way of the world, but I think it speaks volumes about our culture. But I have those grave concerns, and you know, I wasn't on council when apparently this was approved, but just because I wasn't on council doesn't mean that I have to support something that I don't believe in. So I appreciate your intentions, but I don't think this is the right place to do this. So thank you.
May I have a short response to that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate your comments, Councilman Douglas. I am I have a background as someone from a disadvantaged background. I grew up on the mean streets of the south side of Chicago, and I'm not going to tell you I lived in public housing, but my family, we had a tough time when I was coming up, and it was helpful to be 3 blocks away from the Chicago Transit Authority bus stop. And my sister and I would take that to school every day, and it was accessible. And we had the ability to go to school on that public transportation source. So when I formed Nesbitt Development in 2019, it's with that history and that background that I thought I need to bring this to the forefront and help people like myself who don't have everything, who don't have the ability to, who don't live near transit or can't afford to live in housing. And with the dire issues we have with affordability in Colorado, and with what's in the city's master plan for the station, and how you all want to activate the area around that station, as a developer and a newer developer, I thought it would be a great opportunity to be on this rail station, to be one of the first projects to activate in that area. I think we're doing good. I think it's going to help a lot of the residents who have to live there and who can, only 2 stations from downtown Denver being on that stop. So it's important. I had a vision. I met with Councilman Madera before I even brought Brenshaw in, just to see what the needs were in that area. And we know, like most communities in Colorado, we need affordable housing. And one of the things that my partner Brenshaw and Kathleen, we were concerned about, Commerce City sometimes gets labeled as the entire city is viewed as an EPA hazard or environmental issues. And if you, arguably, you could make the point anywhere we put the project in Commerce City, there's issues about environmental concerns. But I think this is a prime site. This will be the first of its kind there, and we're gonna do good by the community. And that's my vision as an affordable housing developer. I've been working on this project 4 years. I'm proud to stand before you today to say that we are this close to getting our financing and breaking ground. I understand your concerns. I come from, what you're speaking, I come from that background, so I get it. But I think I'm not standing here as an outsider. I'm one of those people that come from the background you come from, or that you're speaking of. And I think this is going to be a phenomenal project, and I hope to do more of this kind, perhaps even in Commerce City.
I appreciate your intentions. One of the things that we have to consider with AMI is that area median income. And so it covers a large area. And unfortunately, it's high, medium, and low. But when the high is high and you add it in, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person at the bottom can afford what is presented as the rent. I know that there were a lot of people who really wanted to move into the development at the Greyhound dog track. They went over and they couldn't qualify. They didn't make enough money to get into it. So I don't know if you're supplemented through the LIHTC as far as to make it so that it's, that what you're receiving is market rate. But yeah, affordable housing is not affordable anymore. It just isn't. So I do appreciate your intentions and what you're trying to do. So thank you.
I can speak to the specific income levels if you'd like. So this is a capital A affordable housing development funded by Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. So it's not, sometimes you hear like workforce housing or terms that are maybe being described as affordable, but this is, we'll have a land use restriction on this site for the long term. We have agreements with ULC that ensures affordability, I believe for about 99 years. So this is long-term affordable housing for the community. We also are sensitive to the fact that as incomes rise in the metro, sometimes that can be beyond like actual market rents for an area. And so we do have a discount to the maximum rents that are allowed to be charged on the 70% and 80% AMI units because we feel that that maximum rent level, especially for 2023, rents that were just published by HUD are fairly high, and so we're very sensitive to that. We just completed a project a block south of the Capitol, and so we have the data from how that building leased, and we have taken that into consideration and have a discount to those maximum rent levels because they have gotten so high. They aren't, the same, I guess, sense of affordable that you might used to think about. So we have taken that into consideration because we want to ensure that this is a successful project and can serve the community. So we will not be at that maximum for the 70 and 80% AMI units.
I do have one more question. Did I hear you say that you're actually leasing the land? You're not purchasing the land that this is going to be on?
Correct. It's a long-term ground lease with Urban Land Conservancy. And Sarah could speak to that further, but that's their model for developing and ensuring long-term affordability, specifically in TOD locations like this.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything?
So one reason that Urban Land Conservancy uses a land lease model is because what we're seeing across the metropolitan area is oftentimes affordable housing outlives the original term of affordability, which can be as short as 15 years. And then it often converts to more expensive than affordable and gets sold out to investors and other syndicates. And so by using the ground lease, we anchor the terms of affordability in the land in a way that it can't be sold out from those terms. And so we're able to partner with developers who share that value with us. And then we weed out other interests that might want to just take that 15-year ride and flip it out to a big payoff. So I know sometimes when we say ground lease, people have worries about that, and hopefully you can hear how this is intended to create in the community long-term opportunities for living at an affordable price. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I am in the queue. I apologize. I have no further questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. One other question, I guess this is more directed to staff. We have Dr. Russo, who's our environmental specialist. Has she been consulted and asked her opinion about this property? And if not, I'd like to know why she wasn't.
I'd have to defer to our community development department. This project has gone through full entitlement.
The project was reviewed and I would say approved prior to the arrival of Dr. Russo.
Yeah, because like I said, that's my biggest, another concern of mine is the location, like I said, the environment and inhaling those fumes right there next to the cement plant. And then also, myself, I have even went to that Adams County building like to purchase tags for my car, and the fumes, and when the wind is blowing to me is just even more concerning. And I think I've even talked to employees that work in that county building, so it's just even more concerning too. Now we want to put up 60 homes right there, and we still have that issue of inhaling the dust, et cetera, and what are the long-term effects of residents being that close to a cement plant. So I just wanted to add that as well. We haven't even consulted with Dr. Russo, and here's the city's paying this specialist environmental specialist, and she hasn't even had a chance to put her input in it as well. So that's really concerning to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Just got a comment and a question. Comment being the fact that Mr. Nesbitt, I also grew up in Chicago, South Side as well, near O Block, so I know what it's like. And of course, as growing up as well, growing up in poor and poverty, my mother working 4 or 5 different jobs, us living in affordable housing as well, living in the projects. I get it, totally understand it. So I really appreciate what you're trying to do up here all together. With regards to after build out of the property and all, who is managing, who is actually, and this might be a staff question, who is managing the tenants essentially to allow tenants in and out of that property? Is that going to be you guys, or is that more someone within the city? Is it our housing authority? Who actually would manage that?
Yeah, so it'll be a third-party management company that is certified and meets CHAFA's requirements. Brinshore does not manage in-house, nor does Nesbitt. We do manage, we own and operate a number of properties throughout the country. I believe what we had in our our presentation that you all have is about 90 developments that we've done over the years. So we have an asset management team who oversees our third-party management to ensure that they are managing to our standards and ensuring, health, safety, well-being of all of our residents. And we work to, select the best affordable management company in whatever market we're in. So in this case, this is the Denver, Commerce City Metro. And we will be, closely overseeing that. Again, we are long-term owners in this, and we have, a private lender, an investor in the tax credits, CHAFA, Colorado Division of Housing, Adams County, number of different organizations who have very strict standards on property management compliance with the low-income housing tax credit program. And not only, our company's standards for how we will keep, this property run.
Sorry, I must have missed it in the beginning. Who did you say would be managing the property?
We work
What's
with
the name of the
Comcap
agency?
Management for Brenshore's other properties in the Denver area, and have had success with them.
What was the name again?
Comcap.
Comcap.
We
got
have
it.
not finalized who we'll be working with on this development. We are considering them, but are also open to other property management companies who might be in the area. But they do manage Brenshore's 2 other developments in the Denver area, and have some beautiful pictures of those properties if you guys would like
Seen
to see.
it. Yep, we're good.
But it is something we look closely at and ensure, we're satisfied. And we have not finalized that yet, because this property would be opening in around August of 2024.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
And just to add to that, as part of our agreement, we do have a requirement that the city will review the property management plan, and we have terms for inspections and property upkeep in addition to CHAFA and what Brenshore themselves will be doing. We've built protection into this reimbursement agreement for those exact reasons.
Councilmember Madera.
So is there a clawback provision if living standards aren't up to what we would expect?
This is a discussion we had with our city attorney's office while we were drafting the agreement. But essentially, yes, we have enough support in here, and reimbursement would happen for several years, right? But if the property became uninhabitable, then we would certainly take action.
Okay, because I want to make sure that we have that provision, before approving this. A problem that we've had with affordable housing is, as well-intentioned as it may be, we've struggled with property management and properties not maintaining proper standards of living. And that reflects poorly on the city, being partners to these developments. So, my concern is just to ensure that we have something in place for that, and that, the property is maintained properly.
May I respond, Councilman Madera?
Of course.
So I think the extra safeguard we have here, and before looking to do a project in Commerce City, obviously I looked at financing options and so on, and CHAFA has not awarded a LIHTC deal in Commerce City for quite a long time. The extra safeguard we have, in addition to what Jenna said, is CHAFA will be watching us closely as well, and we have to adhere to certain standards to make sure the property is kept up to speed and certain standards are met. So I think there shouldn't be any concerns about what may have happened with other apartment buildings in the city, because we will have to not only report to CHAFA, but other stakeholders in the project as well.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I wish that allayed my fears, to be honest with you, but I can think of another property that is supposed to be managed by CHAFA, and I couldn't tell you the last time Chaffetz set foot in our city in order to make sure that the property was being there. And then you throw out the name Comcap as a potential management company, and that has even bigger concerns for me because they're both associated with the same property and the deplorable conditions that our senior citizens are having to live with in the city. So as it stands right now, until you can tell me who's going to manage the property, I'm not inclined to support this agreement until I know who's the management company that's going to be doing it. Councilmember Chacon?
Have you done anything with CDPHE for that environmental justice front since Rosemary or Dr. Russo wasn't consulted? Have you looked at anything of particulate pollutants in the area or EnviroScreen too?
Yes, Tri-County Health reviewed the PUD for this as part of that process. And then through that, CDPHE reviewed as well. So we are working on a voluntary cleanup program through CDPHE and have completed a Part 58, which is required for Adams County funding. And that has been completed and did not have any significant findings. So we are working with CDPHE to complete the voluntary cleanup program. That will be done at the start of construction, and then we will receive a no further action conclusion from CDPHE, and that will complete that process.
Can that also be maintained with any property management that goes forward? Because there's a reason that these communities get redlined to those spaces like that. So it's making any space accountable continuing forward past that too.
And sorry, I didn't understand.
Just any property management or the space, will you be continuing to engage with that type of monitoring with CDPHE?
I'm not sure if that's.
Just that that's a DIC for the EnviroScreen too, for the tool. Like it continues to be a particulate pollutant community.
Okay, I don't think that program has been brought to our attention by CDPHE, but we can certainly ask them about that and what that looks like ongoing with the property. What was the name of it again?
The EnviroScreen tool. And it's just
EnviroScreen
because
tool?
it's also like downwind from DuPont and a number of other spaces too. So it's the cumulative impacts, not just air monitoring, but several different particulate pollutants.
Yeah, we can certainly ask our CDPHE reviewer about that. Same as Fonda Antonopoulos.
Can Dr. Russo be in those conversations as well too, since she's Commerce City's EJ specialist?
I don't know, I guess, how that person interacts with CDPHE, but if someone could share her contact information or something, we would be happy to reach out to her and share CDPHE's review.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, looking for a motion second to adopt resolution 2023-063. Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
I have a motion to adopt resolution 2023-063. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
I will second if the motion maker is willing to accept an amendment regarding the management company. I do find that to be an issue also. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2023-063. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble, you'd like to make an amendment?
Correct. Did you say, Ms. Hahn, that you would be approving the management company? Is that part of this agreement?
Not the management company, but let me get this language correct for you. It's the property management plan, not the company, but we have had conversations about the management company with the applicant.
Okay. So my motion is that the city would approve the
management company for the project.
The city or the city council?
I'm fine with having staff approve it rather than the city council.
All right, have a motion to amend Resolution 2023-063, placing an amendment in there that the city would have to approve the management company for the property. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend Resolution 2023-063, requiring the city to approve the management company. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My only concern, I would also want included environmental, some type of environmental report and consultation from Dr. Russo. And then my concern also, I don't think it should be the city staff. I think the city council also should have some input on who this management company would be. Because we see so many properties right now in Commerce City with problems.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2023-063, requiring the city to approve the management company. All those in favor?
Are we
Mayor, if I
voting on
could-
the amendment?
We're voting on the amendment, yes.
If I could just interject, I believe the motion is to include those conditions in the agreement, so it wouldn't necessarily be, it would be approving the resolution with the amendments to the agreement. And that would also obviously be subject to the South Platte Crossing folks agreeing to the same with respect to the agreement. So there's no guarantee that they would negotiate and agree to those conditions.
So are you sorry.
So perhaps we should continue this until a later meeting whenever those conversations can take place with the developer to see if they're amenable to that.
Yeah, what I would advise is to, you can move to specify those conditions you'd like to see in the agreement, and then we bring a revised agreement in front of you.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to continue Resolution 2023-063 so that those conditions can be included in the agreement that comes before us. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second to continue Resolution 2023-063 so that those conditions can be included in the agreement. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We'll see you back in a couple weeks. Okay, now I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-1, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. It's Ordinance 2511, recognition of the Metropolitan Football Stadium District funds. Does anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion, second introduced by Councilor Seedle and approve on first reading, Ordinance 2511. Mayor Pro Tem?
Actually, Mayor, I did have a few questions, since we're not.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking over the presentation, just had a few questions on slide number 9. It had mentioned that the Brighton Youth, some money be given to the Brighton Youth Baseball Association. And I was curious, did Brighton get money themselves also for?
The funds for the Brighton League are the teams that play within Commerce City.
Okay, because what's disturbing to you, when you go to their website, they don't even mention Commerce City. If you
They do play up in the northern part of the city.
Okay, because do you know then why they don't mention us on their website?
I don't, but I can definitely reach out and find
Yeah,
out.
because and did they get money themselves as well too?
Brighton is funding a different pot, and I'm not sure if they are getting funds to that league as well. But we would make sure that they went to the Commerce City teams that play within Commerce City.
Okay, great. Okay, and then on slide 13, it mentioned the horse, and is it horse teching and service learning programs? Is this in Commerce City or?
That is run through the Recreation Division and is is advertised within our brochure and run through Youth Services.
But it's not located in Commerce City?
Yes, the horse tracking, we take kids to different stables throughout the metro area, but it is a Parks Rec and Golf program.
Okay, and so you guys do take Commerce City students to those programs?
Correct.
Okay. And then another question, the North Suburban Thunder Pop Warrior Football, isn't that located in Thornton?
They also have leagues here in the city.
Okay, so they do host leagues here, okay. And then on slide 13, where it said drop-in youth teens interactive light wall, can you tell me where is that going, or how many do we get for that amount of money?
Yes, we have a light wall that is no longer working and is out of date at Eagle Point Rec Center, and it will replace that light wall there.
Oh, okay, all righty. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, looking for a motion and second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2511. Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2511. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please to read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2511, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of a portion of the city's sharing amount received from the Metropolitan Football Stadium District in the amount of $595,461.97 to be used for youth activities and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2517, amending the Citizen Public Safety Advisory Board. Does anybody on council have any questions? Seeing no request for questions, we are going to look for a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2517. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. I have a motion and a second to introduce by Councilor Seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2517. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2517, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3006 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Citizen Public Safety Advisory Board to initiate or participate in community service projects that relate to public safety in the city. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2518, codifying the DEI commissions. Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Kim? No question. Looking for a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2518. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. Have a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2518. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2518, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3003 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to codify the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2519, amending the Veterans Commission. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'll look for a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2519. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion and second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2519. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2519, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3008 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Veterans Commission to initiate or participate in community service projects that benefit the veterans of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up is ordinance 2520, amending the Youth Commissions. Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, looking for a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2520. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading ordinance 2520. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2520, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3005 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Youth Commission to initiate or participate in community service projects that benefit the youth of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Lastly, we have ordinance 2524, approving funds for the school traffic calming projects. Anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, looking for a motion and a second introduced by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading ordinance 2524. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion and second introduced by Councilor Seaton and approve on first reading ordinance 2524. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2524, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating $400,000 of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund and transferring to the capital expenditure fund to be used for costs associated with school traffic calming project and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Now I'm looking for a motion and second to cancel the July 3rd, 2023 regular council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Have a motion and second to cancel the July 3rd, 2023 regular council meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Are there any council members have any administrative business items of an unforeseen or emergent circumstance? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the items I'd like to introduce so we can discuss on is with regards to the north and the reunion center. I'd like to go ahead and try to get some involvement from the city to help encourage that type of development. So what I'm looking for is I'd like to make a motion to discuss various options for encouraging the development of the reunion center and a potential executive session on instructing negotiators and receiving legal advice concerning that issue.
When would that executive session take place? At a future council meeting?
At a future council meeting.
Very good. Have a motion to have an executive session to discuss encouraging the reunion center and receiving legal advice and also instructing negotiators in the same. I have a whole bunch of people that requested administrative council business, so if you want to second that, can you just raise your hand for me? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to have that executive session at a later date. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did you have any other items, Councilmember Kim? No, sir. Councilmember Chacon?
I wasn't sure how to ask because I just got the agenda yesterday, but I wanted to see if I could act on behalf of as a council member for my ward for the Environmental Justice Coalition, which includes the NAACP, Protegete, Mi Familia Vote, and Green Latinos, is going to be hosting a celebration in Town Hall. It's to discuss things like CDPHE being able to do video testimony, learn about local bills that you can actually be impacted by as a community member, and then it also will have food, music, and raffles. This will take place on June 22nd. From 6 to 9 p.m. at Bison Ridge Recreation Center, but I wanted to get official that I could act on behalf as a city council member. I wasn't sure how to bring that up, though. And I just got the agenda yesterday, or else I would have put it sooner on the administrative business.
Okay, any council members wish to make a motion concerning this? Councilmember Noble?
I move to have Councilmember Chacon represent the city council at that event.
I have a motion to allow Councilmember Chacon to represent the city of Commerce City and the city council at this event. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second authorizing Councilmember Chacon to represent the city and the city council at this event at the Bison Ridge Recreation Center. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did you have another item, Councilmember Chacon?
Nope, thank you all.
Great. And Councilmember Madera?
I just wanted to address the citizen communications from earlier. We had a resident that was frustrated that has reached out to police, reporting different incidents, trucks and no truck zones, you know, different off-road vehicles that are illegally on the roads. And, I feel their frustration because I've experienced the same thing. I've called in a report and didn't get a call back from officers until 11:30 at night, like over 6 hours after I had initially called. So, I realize that our community feels helpless in getting, just any kind of assistance when it comes to these types of matters. And so I'd like to make a motion to have the city look into implementing some kind of plan to address, neighborhood policing and just having some kind of presence in these neighborhoods that seem to not get any attention.
I have a motion directing city staff, specifically the police department, to develop a plan for neighborhood policing in order to address these areas that are not getting attention. Is there a second? Councilmember Ford?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to direct the city staff, to specifically the police department, to develop a neighborhood plan on addressing these issues in neighborhoods that are not being serviced in an appropriate manner by the city. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Noble, you had an item?
I didn't want to wait until after the executive session.
Let me pause you 1 second. Councilmember Dare, was that all you had? Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Now, Councilmember Noble,
Yeah.
I apologize for that.
Mr. Rogers, when did you plan to talk about the Metro District's special meeting or workshop?
That would be a part of my city manager report out, ma'am.
After the executive session?
After this item.
After this item, okay, so when you do the council reports. Okay, then the other question I had was about, oh, well, never mind. I actually don't, I think these fall more under council report than administrative business, and I'll find out in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Any other administrative council business? All right, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, sir. First item, staff has opened discussions with CDPHE and the University of Washington on a potential grant collaboration to measure air quality at schools. More importantly, to develop and implement mitigation strategies. Staff was presented this opportunity on Friday. We circled up with CDPHE and University of Washington today. The grant has been awarded. They are seeking a letter of support from the chief administrative officer for the organization, which would be myself, so that they can continue to work towards a collaboration with our various school districts in identifying schools that would have low-cost monitors placed within them, in which then CDPHE and the University of Washington would engage with the students on developing an intervention plan that would benefit the improvement of their quality of life, and to also understand the air quality impacts on them from what they were able to ascertain from those monitors. This is probably one of the, I'll call it, grassroots efforts of being able to engage what we've heard from our community, a population that's been unheard, underserved, that being our student population, in and around the various facilities that have an impact of air quality on them. So this is CDPHE trying to work with the city and ultimately then engage with our school districts to be able to, once again, connect the dots and try to improve that quality of life. At May 22nd study session, staff made you all aware, party stats for Reg 7, which is methane emission verification, and GEMS 2, GHG verification, particularly in around Suncor. The methane rule will apply to the landfill and oil and gas operations within and affecting the city, while GEMS 2 will apply to Suncor and 17 other facilities. It will require a third-party auditor and a reduction of GHG by 2030 and 2050. We at the time recommended that Commerce City apply for party status, and what we received from a consensus of the council was support. So we are planning on moving forward with entering into that party status. as it also is consistent with our sustainability plan. On another note, the city has been selected by the Urban Land Institute's READY program, which stands for Real Estate Diversity Initiative, which is a program to train and mentor people of color in real estate development and connect all more directly to careers and business opportunities in real estate. This is a fabulous program, as I can speak directly to it as being a graduate of the 2019 class. They have identified the Alsop Elementary site as a program study project for the city and would invite council to their presentation at the conclusion of that program. In discussion, and this is in particular to the comments that were made by Councilmember Noble, I know that there's been individual discussions with members of our council pertaining to Metro District regulations. So I believe, it's my understanding, there's an interest of the council to reopen those discussions in and around those regulations. And I would like to raise or craft a framework on a workshop approach through our special meeting notification on a date and time to achieve feedback from all members of our community so that they can participate and provide their concerns, their thoughts, their ideas on how we could potentially move forward with regulations that balance varying needs and obviously addressing the different level of concerns that we have heard through the existence of our Metro District regs to today and potentially what we would propose going forward. Staff would work on that and bring that framework back to you all for your support and or direction before, once again, taking the implementation steps of making that workshop a reality. Before moving on, any questions pertaining to that? Or any concerns or issues?
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I would like to expand that beyond regulations and include banning metro districts, because I think it should include the full gamut in terms of the discussion. So it's the range from no metro districts all the way to regulations
Yes,
that
ma'am.
are more specific and benefits and so on that a metro district must achieve in order to win approval.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, moving along. With respect to economic development, our Small Business Resource Center in Derby is hosting a new event June 20th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's called the Techpreneurship Tuesday. Small business owners will receive computer assistance to explore Google tools, technical programs for small business, and other online resources using a new computer lab located within the center. We are also going to be going out and advertising for a new position, the Economic Development Local Manager. This position will assist companies with development review, work to strengthen relationships with local employers. So really think of a commercial concierge of being able to help get our, I would call, recruited businesses, those that we are seeking to move into the city from soup to nuts, from the development process, from pre-apps all the way to cutting the ribbon and getting butts and chairs and faces in front of computer screens. Public Works, just so that everyone is aware within the community, we'll also get this out. There will be a water line rehab project, which includes replacing the water lines along Oneida between East 74th Avenue to Highway 2 and along Newport between East 70th Avenue to East 72nd. Work is planned to begin on June 7th. These roads will be milled and overlaid after the water line installation is complete. With rain comes weeds, and with comes weeds come mowing. Right now, our mowing operations are continuing along Highway 2 northbound and southbound, which are nearly complete. We've moved on from mowing 112th from Havana to 120th, and we are beginning Quebec Parkway. We do have our mow schedule up on our website, and we are trying to catch up with that. Obviously, we've had our staff fighting flood events on a number of different number of areas, but we do plan on being able to catch up within the next week or two. We are also ramping up our sweeping program. There's been a number of subdivisions as of last week that were hit within the Northern Range. We go between Northern Range within the core city as well. Last week was the Northern Range, and the subdivisions that were swept were River Oaks, River Run East, Stillwater, River Run West, Dunes Park, Bell Creek, Claybar Creek, and we've been able to complete passes within Chambers 96 that is open and 56 as well. Particularly around PRG, we have a discussion of the schematic design of the clubhouse remodel is getting close to completion. We are waiting on our vendor Z Design to finish. With respect to Paradise Island, staff will be leveraging $175,000 of our loss contingency fund in being able to facilitate the repairs necessary to the 3 boilers that went down. Where we currently stand with our boilers, 1 boiler arrived last Friday. The second one is scheduled for delivery today, which was received, and a third has been shipped from California, but we don't have any ETA as to when that delivery will occur. With the install of the first boiler is underway, we will continue to be assessing our options of being able to get Paradise open sooner than what was our estimated timeline when we spoke a couple weeks ago, which was July 10th. Right now, we have our lifeguards working at a number of different facilities across the city, and particularly the splash pad and guarding at Bison Ridge. We are making concession stands at Paradise Island open to those who are enjoying Pioneer Park. And we're also exploring doing a movie in the park night on June 23rd at Paradise Island while it is still under, if not open, still under repair. When it does open, we will have other theme nights at Paradise Island as we go through the season. We are also looking to try to extend the season to Labor Day on the weekends. What we require in order to be able to do that is commitment from lifeguards. We're getting there, but we don't have a full commitment, but we continue to work at that. We're also working on stage structures on the Second Creek open space and the perimeter trail. We've received some basic trail guidelines from Galloway, and we hope to meet with them this week. Fabrication is what's going to be the delay based on what we received from our consultant, which is about a 16-week turnaround. And we are getting ready to send out the RFP Monaco Park construction project by the end of this week, latest next week. Moving over into PD, we will be entering the Mountain West Cyber Fraud Task Force, which is the U.S. Secret Service, to help our abilities to process digital and forensic evidence in-house. We also have a new mobile command post that has arrived as of last week. And then last week, CCPD hosted approximately 100 people from around the area on active shooter response. This was taught by an individual who responded to the Las Vegas sniper incident and entered the hotel room of the shooter at the time. We received positive reviews for hosting that event. Obviously, we live in an environment that we have to be prepared. Community relations staff is planning and promoting the first City Council Town Hall for Ward 1 coming up this Wednesday between 6 and 7:30. That will be hosted by Council Member Madeira at the Municipal Services Center. We will be working with each council member as those meetings approach. We're also working with the DI Commission and staff DI team to finalize plans for the city's first Juneteenth events, including a flag raising here at the Civic Center on June 12th at 4:30 p.m. and a celebration at Pioneer Park on June 19th from 5 to 7 p.m. And we're also finalizing dates, working on public work on getting the Milkweed Leaves sculpture back reinstalled in the median at Tower and East 104th. I would be remiss to share the last bit of information for you all. The annual Camo to College golf tournament will be held at Buffalo Run on Friday, June 9th. The event will help raise funds to pay tuition for children of veterans. As part of the tournament this year, the Global War on Terror Wall of Remembrance will be on display. The mission of the wall is to honor, remember, and never forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice at the hands of terrorism against our country. The display is open to the public and will be available from Friday, June 9th through Sunday, June 11th. And that ends my report.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I think we skimmed over 96th rather quickly. And in terms of repairs, I saw the photo and have shared the photo of the creek overtopping the road again today, which of course complicates things, but I've had questions about it as well. One of them is that multiple people have asked about why we aren't taking the opportunity to expand 96 to 4 lanes at this point.
So part of that is, and Mr. Poe can help fill in the gaps where I may fall down. One of it is a funding mechanism. We currently do not have the funding in place for widening 96th Avenue between Chambers and Highway 2. In part, there are, I would say, certain conversations that I would have to have with our legal team with respect to obligations or partnership with adjoining properties, particularly on the northern side and also within the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, about necessary right-of-way in order to expand that portion of 96 as well to a 4-lane. But I would say the primary reason why we're unable to move forward with that portion of widening is due to lack of funding that we currently have within our various revenue funds to support that particularly being in the CIPP.
Well, we do have funding for 96 between Chambers and Tower. Would it make more sense to change it to Chambers to Highway 2?
The area that was currently under design is being impacted by a lot of the development, and that road section between Chambers and Tower is warranted as well. We're about 30% with 30% complete with the design of that section. And the cost of the part that is currently closed would exceed that tremendously. The ultimate configuration over First Creek would be a bridge. So that's very costly. And so we're going to be looking for opportunities for grant funding to be able to put towards at least the design of this section of 96 as we continue to have those opportunities for grant funding to find that money.
Okay, and I do want to reiterate some things. When we were in DC for meetings with agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Army both said that because 96 borders the arsenal, that there would be money available for them. So it's a matter of asking. And if we don't ask, we don't get. And then at the Arsenal meeting that I participated in a couple of weeks ago, there was an indication that it would also be a great opportunity to talk to the Arsenal about a detention basin, because they certainly should be responsible for part of the flooding for First Creek, since it's covering, gosh knows how many miles of that corridor. In addition, they do have an area that captures toxic chemicals that are right there, that's right there at First Creek as well. So that's been a concern, and it seems to me they should be involved financially, and they should be contacted and told, this is an emergency. This is not federal government. You have 18 months to receive a grant application from us and think about it and do it. It is something that needs to be encouraged and done, and pick up the phone tomorrow, because these people are really nice. They have lots of money. They want to help. Every single person we met with wanted to help. They just said, ask. And if we're not asking, then we're not doing good service for Commerce City. And I think that is really critical. So please, please do so. Please do so.
So what I will share, and maybe Mr. Tolbert can give a little bit more details, but staff has met with representatives from the Wildlife Refuge to get an update on projects, to talk about things that they're working on, and quite frankly, to raise concerns that we've heard from the public as well, from some of the conversations back in DC with respect to environmental concerns. Mr. Tolbert, if believe you have some information based on that meeting.
Wait, excuse me, I don't want to go into that because the manager of the arsenal is someone who oversees the arsenal itself. He's not technically the person who is going to be the one saying, give the money to Commerce City. And that's what I am talking about. I'm not talking about what the manager has to say about the toxicity at the arsenal. I appreciate that, but that's not what I'm bringing up tonight. And if you want to make that part of an agenda in the future, I'm more than happy to have that discussion now. But I have other things I'd like to ask about too. Thank you very much, Mr. Poe.
Thanks.
Also, sidewalk repair issues. Apparently, in the mid-2000s, or around 2015, 2016, it was decided that Commerce City would would not take care of sidewalks in front of homes when previously they had. And I was wondering what the rationale was for that. If you're not prepared to answer that this evening, that would be fine. But it is a huge expense for residents, especially residents in some of these subdivisions where there wasn't proper compacting of soil. And so the sidewalks are cracking, and now they're being told that they're responsible for the sidewalks that are cracking. And then the last is regarding flooding, 112th and Himalaya. I was told before that that is unincorporated Adams County, but there is a neighborhood over there that is just, let me look up the address, if I may, for just a moment. There's a whole neighborhood of homes just on the other side of, so 108th Place, is that Commerce City? On the other side of E470.
I'd have to look at a map. It gets a little cattywampus over there.
It does. And I'm embarrassed to say that would be Ward 4, which is the ward I represent. And it's confusing to me too. So they're having major problems over there and no one is paying attention to them. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Hey, Mr. Rogers, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to, and along with your PD, PW, PRG, ABC, VIP, all those other acronyms that are out there, your entire team, basically. I appreciate what they do. You had mentioned the Global War on Terrorism wall from the 9th through the 11th. What are the hours and where? Or just where in general?
It's my understanding that the wall, we will get confirmation, will be at the location of the golf course within the parking lot. We will also confirm, I have a confirmation, yes, parking lot, Buffalo Run Golf Course. And I suspect that, Mr. Hebenik, you can shake your head yes or no. That will be during the hours of operation in which the golf course clubhouse is open. I have another confirmation.
9th through the 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the city manager? All right, Ms. Geiger?
Just hopefully a quick thing. There was some chatter about the prospective marijuana moratorium, and I wanted to ask for essentially direction. The direction initially had been a moratorium on new retail licenses in wards 1 and 2. There's some chatter from some council members about potentially expanding the moratorium across the city. A and B, potentially having the moratorium, having the exception to the moratorium be if existing licensees want to relocate their business, they can do so, or at least apply to do so. So if you all wouldn't mind making a motion to help assist with that direction. Otherwise, I'll bring 3 different draft ordinances to the meeting on the 12th.
Councilmember Noble?
What would be the 3, Ms. Geiger?
There is the direction initially from council was to have a moratorium on the licenses, the retail licenses in wards 1 and 2. The second option would be to have a moratorium on the licenses across the city, on any licenses across the city. And the third option would be any licenses across the city with the exception of any businesses wishing to relocate, essentially allowing those businesses that already are having retail marijuana stores be able to move to a different location.
I believe that the direction that the council gave you was wards 1 and 2.
Yes, that was the direction.
Any changes to that? Nope. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to see the moratorium changed for the entire city. In addition to that, when you've got approximately, 12, roughly 9 of them kind of all co-located in one spot, I think the ability, and knowing that there's a PUD, knowing that there are some some hurdles essentially. I'd like to go in and see if maybe there's a possibility where if some of those businesses would want to move essentially, that they would have that option too. That's all.
I have one individual that wants to see it go across the entire city. Okay, seems like only one individual. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, Mayor Huseman, a moratorium in wards 1 and 2 is essentially a moratorium for the entire city since there's not any locations available in wards 3 and 4. So
Unless they rezone.
unless they.
I think there might be one.
Okay.
Not with potential setbacks coming before council, so.
Okay. Bring it forward with 1 and 2, please.
Okay.
All right. Did you have any other items?
Nothing else, thank you.
Thank you. Any council members need to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make mine really quick. Just really had a good time. Attended last Monday, the 57th Memorial Day Parade, and just wanted to recognize all the staff and the police department, Public Works, everyone in the city that made that event another great Memorial Day Parade. And then on Friday, I attended the, as an individual, the Silver Stem Fine Cannabis Shop. Met with the owners of that shop, and they, just gave me some updates on what their business is. And then also I wanted to thank the Commerce City Police Department and the Public Works. They got out our neighborhood watch signs on our block, so the residents were really excited on my block to get those out, and want to thank everyone, and that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. I also want to thank everyone for a really wonderful Memorial Day ceremony, parade, and events afterwards. It really went well. I know everyone worked very hard to make it the success that it was. And even though I was strong in urging contacting the federal government and Fish and Wildlife and the Army, I do want to say how very much I appreciate the efforts that are going in on the part of Public Works to try and get 96 taken care of as well as some other areas. I really, really appreciate the information that's coming to us, that they're keeping up in terms of keeping the residents informed, so we can keep the residents informed and see visual pictures of the impact of the First Creek that's breaching the road again. So thank you very much. And also, I have been impressed with the mowing that's been going on. That is quite something as well, and it reminds me of the questions that we have about xeriscaping and what's considered xeriscaping and what's considered when you talk about weeds, whether the height is 8 inches or above when it comes to our weed ordinance. So that will all be taken care of in the future, but you're making the city look very beautiful, and it is challenging right now. There was the backup on 104th was from Chambers to Potomac, which is about 3 miles tonight. As I was driving in, I could see the backup for the traffic. So it's very difficult for people right now, and I know you're working very hard to try and get this resolved. If only the weather would cooperate and XL would move faster and all of the other kind of stuff. But thank you all very much.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, the city manager already covered this in his report, but just want to remind people that we'll be hosting a town hall on Wednesday, 6 p.m. at the Municipal Center, which is in Irondale, 8602 Rosemary Street, just right down the street from the drive-in theater.
Any other reports? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I'd also like to thank Public Works for their hard work on 96, and I do have cards for those people in DC, so I can dig those up and I can get you the direct contacts and possibly join in on the conversation so that maybe we could get them to pay attention to us and deliver on what they promised when we spoke to them when we were in DC. So keep up the good work, and I know how difficult it must be, but want you to know that you're appreciated. So, especially under your leadership, Mr. Poe. Memorial Day Parade was fantastic. The food trucks were wonderful. Everybody really liked them. There was a band afterwards, and a lot of people were there this year. So apparently the word got out, and that was well attended. So thank you for everybody's hard work on that as well. I know it took a lot of organizing, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ellen Thomas, for all the work you did on the committee and your commitment to the parade. It was really appreciated. Want to remind everybody on June 15th that we have the first Music in the Park with the Cultural Council, and I believe it's at Veterans Park. So please spread the word on that, and let's get that park packed with lots of people. We'll have food trucks there as well that night. On Tuesday night, I went to 27J's anti-bullying discussion, and that was very, very productive. So they are actually following through on things. One of the great things that happened was that Councilmember Kim invited someone from Adams 14, one of our mothers who's a phenomenal leader, but invited her to attend those anti-bullying sessions with 27J. She from there went to Dr. Luria with Adams 14, and now they're going to be collaborating on efforts to address the bullying problem and some of the safety issues that our kids encounter so that we can keep them safe. So I want to thank you for being inclusionary and inviting people from the two parts of the city to interact, and that's how we're going to build community. Also, Councilmember Chacon and I went to DIA. There was a presentation for all of the nonprofits and community members who are interested in the Center for Equity and Excellence in Aviation program. And they were really excited to have us there, and they look forward to working with the city and our 2 school districts. So we're keeping that going. Then on Wednesday, toured the Adams Tower building, and that was very informative, and met 2 people from Medicaid who also want to bring information to the city, so they're going to be reaching out to me. They didn't have business cards because they started over COVID, but they took my information and promised to get in touch with me. From there, I went to the Adams 14 celebration of a successful year, and they unveiled their plans for their academies for the next year, which is something that was promised when the school was built or in the process of being built. And because the superintendent at the time was dismissed, those things never happened. And so now we're bringing that back to the community, and it's just really impressive, the work that Dr. Luria has brought to the table and how she has fought for this district, and you know, went up against incredible odds with the state and has persevered. So we really have to appreciate what she's done and give her credit for that, because she's really bringing the community together, bringing parents in, and it gives the community hope, and we really need that. And she's doing a great job, so everybody needs to, and the board is as well. 27J, that evening, I received an award for being on the Blue Ribbon Committee for the ballot initiative, where everybody voted for it, and now they're moving ahead on all kinds of different projects to provide the instructors the money they deserve, and programs for the students that they deserve as well. Thursday night, I went to the Youth Commission meeting. That was the last one for the season, although I thought the one before that was the last one, but it wasn't. And we had a quorum, we'll put it that way, but a lot of people had already started their summer. And that's it. Thank you.
Any other council members needing to make a report? All right. Tonight we have 2 executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and a vote for each session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purpose of conferences with attorneys to receive legal advice from counsel regarding potential litigation regarding Suncor Energy. Councilmember Douglas. Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Noble. I already have a motion. I'm looking for a second.
I heard you call 2 names already. I thought, what am I? I'm the third. I was the second.
I have a motion and second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purpose of conferences with attorneys to receive legal advice from counsel regarding potential litigation regarding Suncor Energy. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 8-0 to 1. Next, I'm looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses A, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, and parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest relating to city property around the city civic center for the purpose of determining positions relative to a matter that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding a potential land exchange and redevelopment opportunity regarding the same, and for receiving legal advice regarding the implications of a potential land exchange. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second.
Have a motion second to enter executive session for all those reasons just stated. Is there any discussion? I will not be voting in favor of this executive session. I think this one actually can get punted to a meeting at a later time. I also do not believe that we will have enough time to go into executive session to discuss potential litigation with our attorneys and then still have this executive session and still meet the mandatory midnight automatic adjournment time. And I don't want to have to come back out here and ask for another extension so we can continue this executive session. So for that reason, I will not vote in favor to go into this executive session. Have a motion second to go into executive session for all those purposes stated. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion fails 8-0 to 1. Please reschedule that executive session for a later time. All right, before entering executive session, I'm looking for a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Have a motion second to automatically adjourn the meeting following the executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 to 1. We're now going to go back into executive session. Council will not be returning to take action following the executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording. Excuse me, can we keep the noise down while I continue speaking, please? Thank you. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will be ended at this time. Have a good night. Have a good week. We'll see you next week.